Here's the plan for today. To start with, I think we're going to talk about counterspells in Standard. And I don't really have a plan for how this discussion is going to go or start or proceed in any general fashion, but I have a couple of topics that I think I kind of want to touch on / start with in mind, keep in mind, maybe. And that is that I want to think about what counterspells in Standard can do in terms of what role do they serve, and want to think about what kind of restrictions are placed on them to fill those roles. Have I tried Jin yet? I have not, but I think that'll probably go into... not necessarily go into, but I think that as I talk about both of my thoughts on what roles counterspells have and how to make them actually function in addressing those roles, it will probably start to become clearer why I don't actually think that I know how to make Haughty Jin work. Shigeki already the deck box image. I don't know why it did that. I assume that's because that's the deck box image from the most recent deck I've played. Yes, that is the reason for it. I assume it'll change as soon as we add the first card to our deck. So, to start with, the majority of the metagame right now is black-based mid-range decks. And for all that black is currently the most dominant color, I find it very amusing that I believe the best cards in the various black decks that are the core pieces of the deck that you actually have to interact with in order to have a viable game plan against those decks are all non-black 3-drops. Specifically, I think every good deck currently that I have seen is playing either Wedding Announcement or Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and more than any other 3-drops, those are the cards that really require you to have an immediate answer, or you are innately behind. That's less true if you're on the play and your opponent is on the draw, but as far as defining play patterns go, having a plan to deal with those two permanents when you're on the draw, I think is currently the most important part of Standard, and I think is the niche for which counterspells have the most utility. Because both of those permanents kind of require you to have a counterspell on the draw, which means having a 2-mana counterspell, in a way that nothing else really does. Hey Chris, not gonna practice Shield for the upcoming qualifier weekend in Arena Open. I posted a poll on Twitter about whether I was gonna be responsible or indulge in the junk food that is eating Standard with no purpose. And Twitter guided me and said we should eat junk food today instead of doing something useful. Can we do tempo with Spell Pierce and do drop counters? Yes. So basically, if the identification that I have made is that the role for counterspells right now is that they give you a way on the draw to counter 3-mana powerful spells, then if the two most powerful things are Spell Pierceable, then absolutely I think Spell Pierce does potentially have a role. But the reason that I'm talking about this in the sense of tempo is because I was trying to figure out ways that I could make counterspells work in a traditional control game plan. And the problem I ultimately came up with is you can make counterspells into a pretty reasonable plan right now for the first 5 turns But eventually, you need to have a way to start winning the game or accruing advantage. And it's very, very difficult to do that from a control perspective right now, because as near as I can tell, there just is no way to have a good win con as control right now. There are ways you can kind of try to sneak your way into it, like playing Teferi plus Lotus, but that's very vulnerable to disruption because you've got these two pieces you have to protect, and if you're building a Lotus deck, we tried this earlier, you kind of just run into the problem of if they blow up the Lotus, your entire game plan is fundamentally flawed. Hullbreaker Horror isn't really super great against the removal that exists, and you don't necessarily have the kind of mana acceleration it takes to make work. In summary, when everyone else is playing mid-range threats that produce a ton of card advantage, it's incredibly difficult for Control to use its traditional attrition-based game plan of board wipes and draw spells and 2-for-1s, and then the opponent runs out of stuff. That kind of just doesn't work because your opponents just don't run out of stuff before they nickel and dime you to death because you can't efficiently answer every single thing they do before you take damage here and there and there. It kind of just doesn't really get there. You don't have Epiphany to start producing a huge amount of I win the game this turn advantage. Maybe there's a world where you can play the new 7-mana domain spell that makes a bunch of 3/3s. Maybe that's functional, but it's tough. It's tough. So all of that to say, I haven't been able to see a way to make the traditional control game plan of counterspells and board wipes into win con function. So what's the alternative from a counterspell standpoint? So we're going to play Blackwood with counterspells? Yeah. Yeah, that's what this is all working out to. But not entirely. Not entirely. So we need to play counterspells alongside things that actually develop a board state and pressure our opponent, which means more of a tempo game plan than a control game plan. And as near as I can tell, I think Grixis is the best at that. And my rationale for that is, the entire point of running counterspells is that we have a counterspell available on turn 2 on the draw in order to answer incredibly powerful 3-drop threats that you kind of have to counter or else you're falling behind. The only way to do that is to have an untapped land on turn 2. Which means, I think, if we want to build a deck that is about counterspells, and Make Disappear is probably the best counterspell, which means we not need to play a certain number of creatures, we have to have a mana base that does not play more than, at maximum, 12 tap lands. And even then, I think I want probably like 14 untap lands. So maybe we could get the number of tap lands down to like 10 or 11 ideally. And I believe Grixis has 2 Pain lands and a Triome, and that's one of the only color combinations that is the case for. I know there is some consideration about Esper and how it has pretty decent access to an untapped Plaza of some kind. I don't know the name. Plaza of Heroes. So this is interesting in that it's an untapped land on turn 2 that also color fixes pretty well in the context of an Esper Shell. That might be worth exploring. And then you only need to play like 10 tap lands, possibly. But I don't know whether you would end up with a deck that has enough blue at that point. And I don't know how many 2-drops you would get to. But suffice to say, I think Grixis is generally where I want to be if I want to try to play a counterspell shell, because there is a weird sort of pull in 2 separate directions when it comes to building a deck with counterspells on 2, and the weird sort of pull / problem with that mostly is when you are on the play, counterspells are very bad 2-drops, and you want to play something different because you do not really want to counterspell your opponent's 2-drop. Negate just doesn't counter any 2-drops that are relevant, and using a Make Disappear on most of the 2-drops in Standard right now just isn't a very big deal. So, when you're on the play, you need to have a lot of other 2-drops that you can play proactively and then hold up a counterspell on turn 3. When you're on the draw, you want to have an untapped land on turn 2. And my general opinion is that Esper does not give you a huge number of good 2-drops, and that the counterspell-y game plan doesn't work as well with Esper's 3-drops to some extent. I'm thinking if I'm going to be playing a kind of counterspell-y game plan that does play to the board and does try to interact with the opponent, I would rather have access to Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Corpse Appraiser, and maybe if we can make the mana base work, Bloodtithe Harvester, as sort of our card advantage, clean up some of the creatures that do slip through kind of thing. I also like the fact that Bloodtithe Harvester is a way to essentially answer Fable of the Mirror Breaker with Suspend. Not one for one, but the fact that Bloodtithe Harvester can be the thing you play when you are on the play, that then on turn 3 costs you no mana to answer your opponent's Fable of the Mirror Breaker, that's kind of nice. It's also a way to do that on the draw to an extent, but having that mana sink when you don't actually need to hold up a counterspell, or when you don't have a or when you don't have a counterspell to hold up, is just kind of slightly better than any of Esper's 2-drops. Is there a viable way to Geistlight Snare? So the problem with Geistlight Snare, in my opinion, is generally that you need it to be a 2-drop on turn 2, and you can't reasonably do that, I don't think. The entire point of running counterspells, in my mind, is it has to be live on turn 2 to counter Fable of the Mirror Breaker or Wedding Invitation. If it doesn't do that, I don't see a point in playing it. Lantern Bearer and Generous Visitor. The other thing is the enchantments, right? Wait, Generous Visitor is a spirit? Huh, that's kind of weird. But I don't think there's that many in 1-mana enchantments, unless you went like a 1-mana Saga? I guess maybe red-blue spirits could be interesting. Maybe. Curiosity. Yeah, you can't actively play that on turn 1. Candle Trap's 1 mana, but relies on your opponent having played a 1-drop. Which is probably unlikely. Same problem with Obsession and Hammerhand is you just can't actually play them early. So, to start with, this is kind of going to be rebuilding a deck that I know exists already. But let's see. Spell Pierce. Negates. Make Disappear. Fable. Corpse Appraisers. What's the name of that card that gives you a mana sink at instant speed? Bankbuster. So, Bankbuster I really hate, but I do think where this card actually has some niche is giving you a giving you the ability to hold up a counterspell or a card draw spell. Disdainful Stroke doesn't have a lot of use right now because Negate hitting 3 drops is so important, and if the reason we're running counterspells is to answer our opponent's 3 drops, then Disdainful Stroke doesn't really do it. And there's just not that much in the way of creatures that cost 4 or more mana to make Disdainful Stroke meaningful over Negate, in my opinion. Witness Protection is an interesting turn 1 play for going second and Geistlight on 2. Right, but you can't play Witness Protection unless your opponent plays a creature, and most decks just aren't playing 1-drops, so you're just not going to have a target for Witness Protection. What went wrong with Jund? Nothing, to be honest. Jund is, of the decks that I've played, probably the deck that's the most reasonable, and I've been tweaking it. I went undefeated with it in the Standard Challenge over the weekend. I can hop in and show what my Jund list looks like currently. I just kind of wanted to play with counterspells because I was getting frustrated that I couldn't make them work and kind of wanted to do a look into them. This is where I was at with Jund, having kind of trimmed Meathook because it's sort of bad against everything. Added Bloodtithe Harvesters because I started to get sold on the idea that it was useful against Fable of the Mirrebreaker. I'm not convinced that my mana actually works for it anymore. Discovered that Arlen is pretty good against the... basically any deck running Invoke Despair, to the extent that I've got 2 more in the sideboard. It was working so well for me. And then added Cemetery Desecrator, which has been really impactful in a lot of matchups. Just a really powerful mid-range card that gives you more things to reanimate with Cruelty of Gix, and it does a pretty good job of hating on Graveyard Trespasser stuff. And then switching out cut downs for Flame Blessed Bolts has been a huge improvement. I think this hits basically everything in the format other than exactly Rafine that's relevant, that cut down hits, and has the benefit of occasionally comboing Bloodtithe Harvester or your opponent blocking other stuff, and also exiles Tenacious Underdog, which is just a huge upside. But aside from some of those shifts, and having some number of Sheoldreds to pair with Drag to the Bottom as far as anti-aggro goes, and just be a flexible tutor spell against Cruelty of Gix. The one big score has also helped a ton as being a discard outlet at instant speed for Cruelty of Gix to get around opposing Graveyard Trespassers. So this has actually been working really well. We're kind of just moving away from it for experimental reasons more than anything else. Have I tried a Wrath counterspell deck? No, although Wrath actually is one of the cards that I kind of wanted to consider. I think that the Esper Legends style version of this Grixis deck that we're about to be brewing is a deck that absolutely could look into Wrath. Here we go. Is Gruul viable in Standard? Hypothetically, I just don't know why you wouldn't splash black in it. You get a lot of really powerful mid-range cards, and I don't know... hypothetically, maybe there's a niche for Gruul to be really aggressive with some kind of, Gruul modify list. But I don't really know how to build or play aggro decks, so not my niche necessarily. This weekend was Arya testing the... what was it? Galvanic Iteration Herd Migration deck, or something like that? Yeah. That's potentially interesting. I have not seen the list. The idea isn't unappealing. If it's strong enough, then it kind of fills my... Well, let's take a look. Add some Flame Blessed Bolts to this counterspell deck. Oh, we will definitely be doing that. Definitely. Leer, Fading Hopes, Spell Pierces, Strangle, Voltage Surge, Abrade, Fires of Victory, Galvanic Iteration, Silver Scrutiny, Alchemist's Gambit, Big Score, Temporal Firestorm, Herd Migration. Yeah. So, this is kind of what I imagined this deck would probably look like, but at a glance, this to me has kind of the same problem that I was experiencing with my Grixis iteration deck, which was that the deck functioned extremely well anytime you found a big score, and didn't really do enough anytime you didn't have big score. And that's kind of what this looks like to me, of a whole lot of stuff that's kind of one-for-one removal, that's doing its best to not fall behind, but that has very limited mechanics for catching up if you do fall behind. Other than, I guess the Grixis deck had, like, hypothetically fewer ways to clean up a board that your opponent put a bunch of creatures on, and this has Firestorms and Herd Migration. So, like, maybe if you don't have big score, you just get to a place where you hard cast Herd Migration and make a couple of 3/3s and hope that's good enough. You're doing a lot of digging for big score if both of you have nothing. Does it? I mean, I guess there's Silver Scrutiny here, which is something that my deck didn't have. The trouble is that I just don't know that a pile of removal spells actually causes your opponent to not have anything. Don't you either need to kill a creature or have your creature be killed for a turn 3 Corpse Appraiser? Yes. And I think one of the important things to note is that this deck is not necessarily about playing its cards on curve. Corpse Appraiser can be a card that you play on turn 5 while holding up a Negate, or 4 while holding up a Spell Pierce. Additionally, turn 2 Bloodtithe Harvester does a lot to help enable turn 3 Corpse Appraiser. If you go turn 2 Bloodtithe Harvester on the draw and they go Fable, and you go turn 3 sack Bloodtithe Harvester, Corpse Appraiser your own Bloodtithe Harvester, or Bloodtithe Harvester the Fable token, is what I mean to say. Been trying to modify Koichi Miyabe's Despair deck from this weekend. Mono Blue is me instant conceding. I'm not familiar with which version of the Despair deck that is. Is it a mono black version, a black red version, a Grixis version, or an Esper version? I regret to say that Invoke Despair is possibly the least specific card in all of Standard. Can Harvester sack to target itself? I don't know that it can. But also, you probably just wouldn't want to. Second least specific card? Over what? Swamp? Esper runs Underdog, but not Invoke. Some Esper decks run Invoke. And I would say that there are definitely decks that don't run Underdog. Like, this deck I don't think wants to run Underdog. And Jund I don't think wants to run Underdog. But yeah, I think the part of paying the cost for Bloodtithe Harvester is that you sacrifice the Bloodtithe Harvester before choosing the targets. Why is it more relevant to protect Corpse Appraiser than something like Jhin? Appraiser only gives you an advantage on ETB. Right, but what a Corpse Appraiser is doing is providing value immediately when it enters the battlefield. You have the flexibility to do that on turn 3, but you also have the flexibility to do it on turn 5. It combos with Fable of the Mire Breaker, and Fable of the Mire Breaker providing looting is something that makes me happy while I'm trying to play Make Disappear and Spell Pierce. It also both sides of the card generally just synergize with Make Disappear. And the excess mana is something that this deck gets to use to hold up counterspells while still producing advantage, either in the form of developing its cards onto the board or by activating Reckoner Bankbuster to actually draw raw cards. Jin has a problem in which it, not necessarily a problem, but it requires a lot of your mana base in that you have to be able to hold up triple blue before it does anything. And currently, Mono Blue's biggest problem is that it lacks card advantage to go toe-to-toe with decks that actually do get to play the instant speed game plan thing. Mono Blue kind of has to be an aggro tempo deck. It can't be a control-y tempo deck. Think it has to be blue-white or Jeskai. Blue-white control does amazing versus black. I don't know that I actually agree with that. I think black is very well positioned to deal with blue-white control right now. Blue-white control currently has a niche where it can play the 5-drop triple white spell to hose black players who aren't ready for that. But most of the splashing black decks just can have answers to that. With Syncopate and Devious Cover-Up, not the standard builds, go Blues version. So we kind of went into this earlier. I have tried building counterspell versions like that. They kind of don't really work in my opinion because there's no good win cons to work towards. And so you eventually get nickel and dimed and they resolve stuff. Like the game plan of I'm going to counter every single thing they do forever works if you draw all of the perfect answers. Like, that's generally true of control. Any competently built control deck, or even remotely viable control deck, will win every game in which they just have a counterspell for every threat, and then a card draw spell, and then more counterspells. The problem is that you need control decks to be a viable mix of capable of answering all of the stuff on curve, with capable of recovering when something goes wrong in that plan and they have to adapt on the fly to suddenly answer new threats and deal with threats that they weren't capable of answering on curve correctly. Doubly so when your opponent can disrupt your ability to answer them by playing Duress. And that's the capacity for control decks to do both of those things at once right now is where I think control decks kind of just currently don't have anything that fills that niche. Is Mono Blue just too weak for the fat mid-range meta? I wouldn't say that it's necessarily too weak. I would say that it's the kind of gameplay that I think you have to build Mono Blue to do to fill a niche is not a niche I feel super competent at building, and also not like hyper personally interested in playing. And if I'm going to play Standard to kind of play towards my personal passions, because there's nothing actually upcoming that's super competitive Standard, then I don't think that's what I'm going to personally invest my time in. But that's no commentary on the deck. That's just, I'm not usually a fan of like tempo-y aggro, and I think Mono Blue has to be tempo-y aggro. Saw an Esper list with 8-drop flash creatures and Rafine, which allowed it to hold up, Make Disappear, or Spell Pierce on turn 2 consistently. Yeah, I think that is the other really interesting way to build this sort of shell, and is probably something we'll experiment with at some point. I'm personally leaning towards the version that has more card advantage, because that's who I am as a person, and I believe that to be Grixis, but the Esper mana base is the thing that's sort of putting me off it, but I also think that that might be something that they're capable of addressing. I'm not sure. Like I said, worth experimenting with eventually. Okay, so for Grixis, I definitely don't want to leave home right now without multiple Flame Blessed Bolts. I think 3 has been the sweet feeling spot in general. Ertai is a pretty interesting card that I don't think I'm completely averse to in this deck. But we have a lot of cards to go to fill it out. And I'm interesting... Yeah, that's generally true. I'm interested to try to figure out exactly what the rest of this shell ought to look like. I don't think Invoke Despair is an option because I think the mana base you have to build to make Invoke Despair viable just does not allow you to play 2-drop counterspells reasonably. How many vampires do you need to play before considering Evelyn? It makes a nice flash top in with Ertai. I do think that Evelyn is pretty interesting. Some of the alternatives are Sol'kanar that synergizes to some extent with Make Disappear, but I'm not super in love with tapping out for 5 drops, especially the more we play counterspells, the less I like that. I do sort of want to amalgam loop with Fable. My concern is that we don't actually have enough creatures to make amalgam super reliable. And I do like that Ertai is a little more tempo positive than Fable. Ertai can counter your own Sol'kanar trigger. That's true. I mostly am just kind of very averse to the idea of tapping out for Ertai, because tapping out for Ertai means your opponent gets to resolve Invoke Despair, and the entire point of this shell as it stands is don't let your opponent resolve Invoke Despair in the late game, and don't let them resolve Fable or Wedding Invitation early. I think Syncopate does have its utility, but I also think that Corpse Appraiser kind of double fills that role and wants you to actively not counter your opponent's creatures in a way that exiles them. Because, like, Corpse Appraiser is going to be our attempt to interact with our opponent's graveyard advantage engines. Okay, so let's go with Evelyn is an interesting way to try to play the counterspell thing. I'm not actually sure that I like Obscura Interceptor more than Ertai, to be honest. Ertai actually removing a 5-drop is pretty neat, and the fact that Ertai can remove a card that's already in play gives you more, well, play against stuff like Sheoldred, who probably earns a spot in the list just by virtue of... I've kind of come around to playing more Sheoldreds in my deck, just because of how powerful it is against mono white and mono red. The life gain element of it is pretty powerful. I originally viewed Sheoldred as kind of a medium to unimpressive aggro card, and I continue to stand by. I don't actually think this is a super good card in mono black, because I don't actually think that it fills the aggressive role super well. And I do think that in the current ecosystem, mono black is essentially an aggro deck. Or rather, its role relative to the other decks is that it is a better aggro deck than them. But Sheoldred is not a good aggro card, and therefore doesn't actually fit mono black's niche. Playing Sheoldred, could you play blue card draw? No, I don't think you actually need to do anything to make Sheoldred good at being an anti-aggro card. The reason that Sheoldred is good at being an anti-aggro card is because the natural draw step life gain is kind of just enough, and also that the stat line is very well positioned to be defensive. Silver Scrutiny is kind of a thing that I would be interested in doing with this deck. Yeah, that is a possible way to try to win the long game. I do think that is somewhat overlapping with the purpose of Evelyn in the deck. Another reason that I kind of like Grixis is that I think Reckoner Bankbuster sort of plays really well as far as counterspells needing 2-drops to play when they're on the play. And then also just playing well with leaving up mana for counterspells. And Grixis has this suite of cards that all crew Reckoner Bankbuster to turn it into a defensive option, effectively. What about a cheeky Aether Channeler? Seems fun with Mirror Breaker. So bear in mind, one of the constraints when playing with counterspells is that the more we play anything that requires us to tap out, the more options we give the opponent to play around our counterspells by just not doing anything, and then waiting for us to create an opening for them. Bloodtithe Harvester I like because it lets you do something proactive on the play. And Corpse Appraiser also gives us proactive things to do on the play in cases where we've already developed a Bloodtithe Harvester, so we're less afraid of Fable of the Mirror Breaker on 3, and we're kind of just okay letting it resolve. But other than that, there are going to be a lot of times on the draw where Fable of the Mirror Breaker and Corpse Appraisers are things that we're just not willing to cast when we could be holding up a counterspell instead. And the more we play anything that we have to play at sorcery speed, the weaker we're making this counterspell game plan that is kind of the purpose of this deck's exploration. So in a sense, while I do think that other than Evelyn and the Corpse Appraiser Fable synergy, this deck might have trouble scaling into the late game, I'm also cautious of attempting to play more expensive sorcery speed things out of fear that that will cause the deck to kind of lose its identity or any kind of specific role that it would have at that point. Because bear in mind, if we're on the draw and we start tapping out on turn 4 or turn 5, the opponent can resolve Invoke Despair, which is kind of the entire thing we're trying to prevent, right? So leaning into more cost-efficient removal and then Silver Scrutiny is definitely an option. We could play another Evelyn, maybe. And more cost-efficient removal at that point, I'd begin to get nervous that we wouldn't have a game plan in a world where we don't draw the Evelyn. But I guess that's partially what Corpse Appraiser or Reckoner Bankbuster are supposed to be doing. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick while we think about that. I guess we play the third Evelyn, and then some destroy spells, which I guess just has to be Infernal Grasp. Ertai's Scorn, the trouble I have with it is that it takes up the slot of a counterspell and doesn't answer 3-drops when you're on the draw. And answering 3-drops while you're on the draw is everything that I want to be doing right now. There is a sorcery speed exile spell that kind of works alright, but is sorcery speed. Oh yeah, we might be talking about Dissipate. I was thinking the Hero's Downfall with sorcery speed. What is that thing? Soul Transfer. Yeah, I like Soul Transfer as far as mid-range goes, but I don't think that it works particularly well with this counter spell thingy. So this gets us 26 lands, which I think is probably where I want to be. And I do think that like a one-of Rona's Vortex could almost make sense. But I don't know whether that would, like, occupy the same spot as Flame Blessed Bolt. Why is this not turning up Rona's Vortex? Is it because I somehow don't have any copies of Rona's Vortex? Okay. So Rona's Vortex is not enchantments. That's a shame. I would have been kind of excited to play this if it was a way to bounce Wedding Invitation for 1 mana. Does Kaido make sense? I don't think Kaido is terrible. I do think that Kaido does not play super the best as far as what's the word I'm looking for? Like anything goes? Rona's Vortex does seem good against Obnixilis. I don't know that Obnixilis is a card that I'm actively trying to beat right now, though. Is Flame Blessed Bolt anti-synergistic with Appraiser? Yes. But that's probably fine, in that I don't think the direct current plan is to play Corpse Appraiser on 3 as much as possible. I think Corpse Appraiser is, like, very often a card we want to play on turn 5, and I'm less concerned about Flame Blessed Bolt with that, and I'm more concerned about the fact that this deck has very few answers to Tenacious Underdog in a way that's meaningful. Okay. This mostly seems like something I'm sort of comfortable with. Do we just scoop to Trespasser? No. I mean, Bloodtithe Harvester and Corpse Appraiser are answers to Trespasser. Reckoner Bankbuster, part of the reason that I think it has any niche at all right now is that we have a lot of things that can crew it and then trade Bankbuster off with Trespasser. Sheoldred blocks Trespasser. Evelyn blocks Trespasser. We have ways to deal with Trespasser, and also we have 4 Make Disappears that our entire purpose behind that is to give us more outs against 3-drops, and Trespasser is a 3-drop. So as far as sideboards go, another Sheoldred against aggro I do not hate. Meathook Massacre. What do we think of as the niche for Meathook Massacre? What decks is Meathook Massacre good against? 1 Meathook main doesn't hurt. It doesn't help necessarily either. Like, what are we playing Meat Hook against? What deck is Meat Hook solid against? Mono white? I don't actually even agree that Meat Hook's good against mono white. I guess it's fine against them. I think that the one deck that I would actively like to have Meat Hook against is Oni Cult Anvil. Clearing that board that usually only costs 1 or 2 mana worth of X, and providing a meaningful permanent on board that gains you life over time, I think that's actually pretty good. But I kind of feel like every deck other than that, we can probably do better than Meat Hook. I really dislike playing Meat Hook against any deck with Adeline. It takes you so long for Meat Hook to do anything relevant that you're kind of just dead before that point, typically. Like, 4 mana Meat Hook for 2 is pretty underwhelming. Drag to the bottom hits Adeline. Yeah, but we've run into the problem before where drag to the bottom is really tough to make work, even in 3-color decks, because if you don't draw the Triome, it kind of just doesn't do anything. And especially in this list, we're going to be running a lot of Painlands, like a lot of Painlands, to make this whole have Counterspell on turn 2 thing function, which means a lot of lands that don't have basic types. What do I think about Fading Hope? I don't think Fading Hope is inherently bad. I do think that we probably generally would prefer Rona's Vortex, but that doesn't, like... So I guess the question just generally is, do we want to play Rona's Vortex on the board? And the answer is probably maybe. Probably maybe. But also, what matchup do we want Rona's Vortex for, as opposed to just something else that's removally spelly? Meat Hook's good in any mid-range mirror. You can configure it out to hit your opponent's creatures and miss your relevant ones. I'm not entirely sure that's actually all that true. I've been boarding out Meat Hook in every mid-range mirror because killing your own Fable stuff is basically unavoidable, and it's very difficult to have any board state where you're not already massively far behind where you can play Meat Hook. And Meat Hook requires us to spend a ton of mana, like a ton of mana, to wipe the board, and then we're not holding up counterspells, which means our opponent's probably just going to invoke Despair us and immediately get massively far ahead. So I would say, in general, I'm not a huge fan of Meat Hook in most matchups right now, and I think that's doubly true if our game plan is supposed to be oriented around counterspells and a flash game plan in general. What's our answer to a resolved wedding announcement? Don't let the wedding announcement resolve with one of our 8 counterspells, hopefully. But yeah, you raise a good point. This deck does not necessarily have super good answers to resolved wedding announcements, and that's kind of a problem. Having Corpse Appraiser be a 3/3 is sort of one game plan against it to kind of make attacking in sort of difficult, but it's not a great plan either. Extract the Truth ain't exactly bad. It's not bad, other than that it is kind of bad. If it was an instant, but it's not. If it could be an edict for creatures, but it can't. Chris, is mono black... If mono black is the best deck for now in Standard, how is this Grixis great against it? I do not think mono black is the best deck in Standard. I think that's black-red. And the hope is that this deck just outvalues mono black while being disruptive against their more expensive spells. I think mono black is basically just worse black-red. Like, the version of black-red that I'm thinking of is the version that is basically just mono black, except it's playing Bloodtithe Harvester and Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. And I think that's just a much better deck than straight-up mono black. You're playing all the same cards, except you're playing 2 cards that are better than the alternatives in mono black. I think that there might be a possibility that there is a good Esper deck. And that there are a couple of different ways to build Esper. I admit that is not a deck that I have explored enough yet, but I definitely think that mono black is not in any way better than mono black plus Fable. The other problem with like anything that answers Wedding Announcement is that if it doesn't answer Wedding Announcement at instant speed, you're already kind of getting 2-for-1 by answering Wedding Announcement at sorcery speed, and then you're also tapping out at sorcery speed, which is a bummer. Is Debt to the Kami an instant? I don't... It is, but it's 3 mana, which kind of makes it too expensive to answer Wedding Announcement. Unless you're on the play. If you're on the play, this is a decent card, but as far as sideboard space goes, it's not really what I like. At some point, your answer to an onboard Wedding Announcement has to just be sigh, ignore it, and try to outvalue it, I feel like. You can go too deep into trying to answer an onboard Wedding Announcement after it already got too much value, and then you're kind of just deeply upset. Chris, why have you rejected the Elysian Fields of Limited for the miserable slag heap of constructed magic? I mean, I actually really enjoy Standard right now. It's a very interesting puzzle. The question of Standard is always how long does it take before the puzzle becomes stale, but the fresh puzzle is always like the best magic that exists, in my mind. Displacer Kitten is not legal, no. That is an alchemy-only card, and alchemy-adjacent formats. Farewell is the best answer to that whole deck for the most part, though. Farewell if you can resolve it, but I have yet to find a deck that gets to play Farewell and has a plan to win the game that I am actually comfortable with. It's very, very difficult to play any kind of Farewell tap-out game plan and not just be immediately deeply sad when your opponent responds by casting Invoke Despair to dome you for 6 and draw 3. And then, like, basically, there's too much reach-based damage, and not reach the literal keyword, but reach is in the sense of ability to push points of damage through with pseudo-haste or in an evasive way right now for tap-out control game plans to be something that I am comfortable with. Have I seen what Crows was on this morning? No, I have not. Yeah, essentially, Standard currently lacks any reasonable combo that lets you, like, actually punish mid-range decks for tapping out for 2-for-1s every single turn. One of the advantages of Jund is that you just get to jam a bunch of Terra Sunders, which feels mostly pretty good right now. But basically the board wipe tribal deck minus the Teferis and Lotuses. That's basically the board wipe tribal deck minus the only part of the board wipe deck that I liked. Oh. There are a couple of combos in Standard. There's Galvanic plus the spell that does 10 damage, which doesn't necessarily work because decks are capable of gaining life right now, and it only does 20 damage. And there is the infinite mana Hullbreaker Lotus Teferi thing that we explored earlier that is kind of almost close to there, but folds too hard to your opponent being able to remove an artifact ever. Chris, this new Ertai is not a little bit bad for giving resources to the opponent. Why use it instead of another removal? Because it also functions as a counterspell, which is pretty useful against Invoke Despair, and it Counterspell Bankbuster, which is pretty useful as far as being aggressive goes. It does give the opponent a resource, but at the same time as giving your opponent a resource, it also gives you a 3-2, and I think that between Reckoner Bankbuster and Make Disappear, we just have the ability to use a 3-2 as a meaningful resource. I would compare it to Thought-Knot Seer, or the 0/4 wall that transforms to turn into a 3/4 and look at your opponent's hand, make them discard a card, and then they draw a card. Essentially, a card is a resource, yes, but in the same way that Fable letting you discard a bad card and draw a random card is good, Ertai forcing your opponent to discard a good card that they already spent mana on in order to draw a random card is bad for them. We're still supposed to be looking for sideboard cards and haven't really found a good way to do that yet, huh? Maybe we just need to ignore Wedding Announcement and Counterspells are the method. Are there any playable 1-mana discard effects that hit at Wedding Announcement and other cards out of Esper? Which is, I suppose, my way of saying, is Duress playable against Esper? Because I don't know that I think it is, with the amount of creatures that they play. I do think that Duress is playable against the Invoke Despair Fable decks, but I don't know that it's playable against Esper. And I don't think we can ever build a mana base to, like, splash Unleash the Inferno. What about Pilfer? Pilfer costing 2 mana is just kind of not acceptable to me. Looking into Aether Channeler. Well, does Aether Channeler bounce Wedding Invitation? The problem with that is that, like, you have to bounce the Wedding Invitation, or Wedding Announcement, and have 2 more mana up to counter it, and then at that point you're looking at 5 mana and your opponent's likely to just be able to play it through a Make Disappear. Unless, I guess, you sack the Aether Channeler. Although it does kind of synergize with Fable, in a sense. In the late game, maybe. Cut down on the sideboard against Sheoldred. Cut down doesn't do anything against Sheoldred, right? Yeah, and this costing 3 without flash is not super exciting. It is good with Fable, potentially, but I don't know. I don't know about that. We could hypothetically be a Hullbreaker Horror deck in some cases. We certainly play enough flash spells that it's not inherently embarrassing. But also it's kind of embarrassing. Another problem could be Edgar, although I suppose Make Disappear at least gives us some ways to handle that. Cormella, I think, has some uses, but probably not in this deck. I do like Sol'kanar, I just don't think Sol'kanar works super great with a counterspelly game plan. Hypothetically, we could be a deck that boards into 4 Sol'kanar against aggro. Because matchups where Spell Pierce Negate are not great are matchups that I might be inherently scared of at the moment. So, that's an option. Something to consider. I still kind of want to know what our plan against Esper is, aside from attempt to outvalue them in a 1-for-1-y fashion. Yeah, the one card we have in the sideboard at the moment is the Sheoldred against aggro. And then I'm probably also going to put in like a couple of cut downs or something against mono blue. Sorin sideboard. Is Sorin our game plan against Esper? I don't loathe that. So I suppose let's start with this. What are we cutting against Esper? We're implicitly not cutting Spell Pierce or Negate, because we think that those cards are good against Wedding Announcement. Although they're decent against a Wedding Announcement while being actively good against decks that are playing either Wedding Announcement and Fable and Invoke, or all three. So if we're thinking that against Esper they only counter Wedding Announcement and maybe random counterspells, then they could be less useful post-board and we could trim them, potentially. Does Argosy attacking with Ertai getting exiled by it do anything without multiple Ertai triggers? You can't have like Ertai counter its own trigger to draw a card. That'd just be pretty good if you could. How do I not have 4 Corpse Appraisers? I only drafted the set a couple of times. It's not like I've ever played Grixis before in my life. Do I look like a Grixis gamer? I probably do. Because I probably am. I played a lot of Grixis back before Corpse Appraiser got printed. Why is it always that sideboards are the toughest part? Alright, let's do this for Sol'kanar against aggro thing, where like we're hypothetically taking out all the Evelyns and maybe a Bankbuster. Or, well, probably Spell Pierces and Negates. Bring in 4 Sol'kanars and a Sheoldred, and then maybe like 2 cut downs. We're gonna pretend that's like a functional game plan or something. I don't get it as a spike. Why wouldn't you be playing the best color set? I mean, I do on occasion, but if at any point in time you expect me to be playing the best deck, quotation marks, even at a, quote, highly competitive premier event, I don't think you have paid much attention to my deck history. I'm not sure the last time that I played, like, the quote-unquote best deck at a tournament. I think that was probably when I played Grixis Epiphany, and that was more because the deck that I was playing back when it was a jank deck turned out to accidentally be the best deck. I suppose the same thing happened with Wilderness Reclamation. Meathook is usually good against Wedding Announcement decks. I actually think that I disagree with that. I dislike Meathook against Wedding Announcement decks because Wedding Announcement implicitly either pumps their entire team to survive a board wipe or force you to spend more mana on a board wipe, or, if it hasn't flipped yet, continues to provide them with creatures immediately for no cost after you board wipe. And Wedding Announcement decks tend to play Rafine, which is a very, very powerful card that makes Meathook look embarrassing. Karn Silex wouldn't be good for the sideboard. What matchup would we want Karn Silex against, though? Like, I'm not saying that it's not possibly a good card, but sideboard we don't generally want to fill with general purpose cards. You would prefer your sideboard usually to be like surgically powerful cards in specific matchups. Meathook plus cut down is surprisingly good at solving the Rafine problem, I guess. So like if Rafine is a 2/6, you Meathook for 2 and then cut down and pay ward 1. So for 6 mana you can kill a Rafine. Oh no, it wouldn't even be a 2/6. It'd be a 3/6. So 2, yeah. So for like 6 mana you can kill a Rafine that has 2 counters on it. Which is medium? I don't know if I'd call that good. I'd call that, like, acceptable. I wouldn't say that that's, like, sideboard worthy, though. I mean, cut down before Rafine attacks, I'm fine with. The problem is that cut down is inherently not a good card against Wedding Announcement decks on average, and I also think that Meathook is not a good card against Wedding Announcement decks on average, and the two cards that are not good on average combine to occasionally have a moment of minor utility is not stellar. I mean, you can see why I wouldn't be enthusiastic about that, though, right? Yeah, I mean, counterspells on early turns are supposed to be part of what we do against Esper decks. This is true. This is true. Multiple cards combining for a moment of minor utility is good, but the baseline is you want your cards to be good on their own and better together, or medium on their own and fantastic together, unimpressive on their own, combining to, oh, these two cards were almost basically worth two cards, is not the top end that offsets the medium nature otherwise that you're really looking for. Is there a world in which once we hit 5 mana against the Esper decks, we want to start tapping out? Again, I kind of mentioned this earlier, but now I need to circle back around to it. What are we cutting against Esper? Imagining Rafine Wedding Announcement decks. What cards do we not like that we want to get rid of? Because I think that will inform what we want to board into, at least somewhat. Temporal Firestorm hitting Planeswalkers I don't think is where I necessarily want to be, specifically because part of our game plan is that we are countering Planeswalkers, and also that we are developing Evelyn, and I think that tapping out for a 5 or 7 mana board wipe kind of runs counter to all of those game plans. One to 2 Bankbusters, think Bold, feel bad. Yeah, Flameblessed Bolt isn't great, but it does exile Tenacious Underdog, which can be a problem against Esper, just providing long-term value. It does fill a role. We also have Corpse Appraiser to deal with, Tenacious Underdog, I suppose. So hypothetically, that could be a cut. I'd love if there was like some 1-mana edict that could choose between hitting creatures or enchantments and also was like instant speed. If Extract the Truth was capable of hitting a creature on the sacrifice, I might actually be into it, but regrettably it just is not capable of doing that. I wonder if at some point we should go back to the Grafted Identity Storm the Festival decks. That might be something that still has a reason to exist. Ironically, I think Invoke Despair actually is something that I'm interested in against Esper from this deck's perspective, but I don't think we could ever get the mana base to actually fit that. We think the 5/5 is better than Evelyn against Esper. Really? I feel like the 5/5 not being able to kill any of their creatures, like 2 of these modes are bad. The Drain isn't really relevant. The 3 damage doesn't kill any of their relevant creatures. Whereas Evelyn threatens to be card advantage in the long term. That is actually a win condition that's relevant. 5/5 gets them dead really fast. I don't think that's true. Esper's really good at throwing up chump blockers, especially if they ever resolve Wedding Announcement. And I don't think that the rest of our deck is capable of putting together a very cohesive plan to clock their life total. Soaring's an option. Do we want to try playing Soaring against Esper? I don't think that that's inherently a bad idea. Although we still kind of have to come back to, we thought maybe Flame Blessed Bolt wasn't amazing. Which potentially gives us 3 cards we could hypothetically cut. Potentially. I'm not even sure if I want to, but we do have Corpse Appraiser is kind of filling that role. Sideboard Hearse. I don't think I want to sideboard into Hearse if I'm siding out of Flame Blessed Bolts. Because other than against Reanimator lists, which I think we're better off fighting with Counterspells, most of the stuff that I would want to use Hearse against is inherently stuff that I feel like I should just be playing Flame Blessed Bolt to fill that role. Is the 1 mana bounce, 4 mana put on the bottom of consideration? I don't know that that's actually something that I think is good against Esper. It's not a card that's out of consideration. I just don't know what matchup we would use it for. Yeah, Reanimator also just implicitly has a huge amount of artifact destruction available to it, which makes me not crazy interested in artifact-based anti-graveyard hate. Basically, I guess, if I was going to play Graveyard Hate, which we can, I actually think that right now Hearse is generally worse than Lantern of the Lost, because at least Lantern of the Lost cycles to draw a card if your opponent plays Graveyard Hate removal on it, and you get to draw a card in that case. I think Trespasser isn't where I would want to be in 2 weeks against the Reanimator decks, because as someone who's currently, I suppose, maining a Reanimator deck, I have figured out numerous ways to play around Corpse Appraiser and Graveyard Trespasser as sorcery speed graveyard removal. You just need to find ways to discard in your upkeep. And Hearse and Lantern of the Lost do allow you to hold up graveyard removal at instant speed, and Lantern of the Lost plays better around the things that Jund is incentivized to play to answer instant speed graveyard removal. The other thing you can do to remove stuff from the graveyard at instant speed is combine Reflection of Kiki-Jiki with stuff like Corpse Appraiser, and that's fine and good and worth doing, but that's also vulnerable to just generic removal disruption. Hey, Gold Caliper. Thanks for the thanks for the sub. I appreciate the support. I still don't know how to tell if it's a resub or a sub. Anytime it's with Prime, it says it so randomly. Either way, I appreciate it. And one of these days I'll figure out how Twitch works. I promise. I haven't seen a lot of decks playing Obnixilis, or I should say, the decks that have been playing Obnixilis is not the part of the deck that I'm actually worried about. The part of the deck that I'm actually worried about that I would rather try to address in my sideboard is the blah 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 Oni Cult Anvil. I wonder if you can build a Mardu Oni Cult Anvil deck that plays Oni Cult Anvil plus the new 4-mana Luris Angel. There's probably no way the mana on that works, but I'm kind of tempted. It'd be cute. No Mardu bad mana? Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. Okay, so we have so much room in the sideboard, and I have no clue. Let's start with... Let's throw some Abrades in the sideboard to answer Oni Colt Anvil. Are we willing to agree that that was good? And we thought that Soaring wouldn't be embarrassing against Esper, and I think I still kind of believe that makes sense. And then I assume we're supposed to have Duress for matchups with Fable and Invoke. Probably. Or at the very least against control decks. Is the meta bad enough to include Hearse? I don't think so. I think that our game plan, including a lot of counterspells, gives us enough room against Reanimator decks that we should be fine. But like I was mentioning earlier, I think that there's just no reason to play Hearse right now, in that I would rather play Lantern of the Lost if that was what I was trying to target or hate out right now. More counters? What matchup do we want more counters than 8 against? I guess hypothetically we could play more Spell Pierce, but I'm worried that we're taxing the filtration from Bloodtithe Harvester and Fable already with this many Spell Pierces. Yeah. I think this is about where I'm comfortable with for the time being. Versus better versus Gix, while Lantern's better versus Naya? I think that Lantern's better versus Gix than Hearse. Speaking as, again, somebody who is running a Gix deck currently, I have disliked having to tear asunder the Lantern that my opponent gets to draw a card off of a lot more than I've disliked having to tear asunder Hearse. We finally figured out where Ob looks really good. Is it just against Invoke Despair? Because I was kind of debating running sideboard Ob Nixilis as a way to punish Invoke Despair decks in this deck. Oh, yes, extremely good at embarrassing Liliana. I can get behind that. Where did my deck go? It turns out that I can't find any decks if I have 100 decks. It was called Counterspells, right? Ah, there it is. Again, I do think that Ob Nixilis is a pretty reasonable card in black-red Oni Colt. I think that's like the shell that makes sense for it. But I think Liliana's already like heinously unplayable against that deck in general. Okay, so let's get to the point where we actually build this mana base, shall we? Our mana base wants to have red on turn 1 and or on turn 2 with a tap land, black-red on turn 2, or blue on turn 2. Which means I don't hate Otawara, but let's start with the dual lands. I am incentivized, I think, to run every single pain lands I can get my hand on, because our mana is currently deeply painful. And we are hyper concerned about the number of untapped lands that we have. So we want blue-red, we want What's the other one that we get the pain land for? Black-red? It's not blue-black, right? Sulfurous Springs. Got it. So, 2 Stormcarved Coasts, 2 Haunted Ridges. And then blue. No, we have blue-red, so I need blue-black. Shipwreck Marsh. So that gives us 10 tap lands, which is probably about as many as I'm willing to stomach. I believe we have no dual lands that are untapped at this point that we can play. Other than if I decided to play Thran Portal, which I don't really want to do. Part of me does wonder if our mana base would be better off if we played the Grixis life gain fetch land instead of these dual lands. Lane base is hidden behind the camera a bit. Good call. We can shut that off for the time being. Just help me remember to turn it on when we start the games. Running the fetch lands over these other lands means that we would have better access to cast any spell on turn 2 that we want, but would mean that we'd have worse access to casting other stuff on curve, and this deck really benefits from playing its 4th land untapped because of the amount of 2-drops that it wants to be able to cast 2 of in a single spell. Probably needs more Marsh, specifically because the pain lands are giving us extra red sources. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Yeah, the dual lands are untapped on turn 4, which is one of the advantages of them. But they're slightly worse at giving us the ability to do whatever we want on turn 2 if we play them on turn 1, versus if I have access to a tricolored fetch land on turn 1. I guess potentially I don't need to play 4 copies of the fetch land. I could just cut Stormcarved Coast and cut Haunted Ridge for 2 of the fetch land. Which is Maestro's Theater. I was legitimately impressed at how functional the Jund mana base was, and I think that a large part of that was the Riveteer's Overlook. So I'm kind of interested in replicating that here. So then I think from there, the question is, I guess I'm just filling out the other 8 with basics. So Takenuma and Otawara. And then we're probably looking at 2 islands, maybe 3 islands. Although Island doesn't let us play Bloodtithe Harvester on the play, so that could be a problem. 2 swamps, 2 mountains, although I think that's probably more mountains than we'd like. So as far as red sources go, we're looking at 12, 16 as far as blue sources go. We're looking at 14, and I'm assuming that it's the same for black currently. Yeah. And then Maestro's Theater. So with this distribution, we are most likely to Maestro's Theater for black on turn 1, if we want to enable Bloodtithe Harvester on turn 2, and that would give us Sulfurous Springs, Shivan Reef, Mountain as our 10 untapped red sources we could potentially have. I don't think I want a Sokenzan over a Mountain because I think I value having 6 basics for Maestro's Theater instead of 5. We don't technically need double red, other than to, like, potentially be able to Fable while holding up Flame Blessed Bolt, I suppose. Could... So... maybe Maestro's Theater doesn't super work here? No, if Maestro's Theater could grab Xander's Lounge, it would be a much better card. It would basically be Xander's Lounge, but better. And then it could also fetch any off-color Triome, too. That would be deeply good. I suppose I should probably be happy that is not how this is working. Yeah, I don't know that I'm actually sold on Maestro's Theater actually being better than these other lands here. So maybe that's just what we're doing. Going 2 and 2. So that gives us 5, 10, 16 untap lands, which is probably about what I was looking for. And then it's pretty free to replace Mountain with Thingy-mabob at that point. How many Baylands do I have to craft? I think I actually had all of these already for whatever reason. Oh, I think that in the Grixis Epiphany deck I was using all of them. Not Epiphany, Grixis Galvanic Iteration deck. Okay, so do we want to tweak the numbers on this at all? Bloodtithe Harvester and Make Disappear. We have way more untapped red sources than we do anything else, which means that I think the blue-black tap land is what I'm incentivized to have more of. So more Shipwreck Marsh, possibly. Then if we Shipwreck Marsh on turn 1, any untapped land gives us Make Disappear, and any red untapped land gives us Bloodtithe Harvester. Shipwreck Marsh on turn 1 gives us 10 untapped lands that play Bloodtithe Harvester. If we Haunted Ridge on turn 1, gives us all but 3. Stormcarved Coast on turn 1 gives us 6 lands that play Bloodtithe Harvester. But if we Haunted Ridge on turn 1, then we only have 7 lands that play Make Disappear. "26 lands, I think, is pretty acceptable with Bloodtithe Harvester and Fable. But I also think this deck is less capable of dealing with Flood than some other decks, which is why I'm not running up to 27. The 5-drop ramp spell, I think, is like Slimefoot Survey or something. Do we really feel like it's correct to be playing this many Shipwreck Marshes over some number of Haunted Ridges? I don't know. We're going to run with this for the time being. This is part of why I don't love Bloodtithe Harvester, is it makes mana bases super difficult to figure out, but I don't think that there's any better 2-drop for the purposes of this deck. But okay. I think we are now prepared to actually give this a test run. Only took an hour and 35 minutes of deck building. I picked an interesting day to try out a different plan for recording these to upload to YouTube, in which I don't actually bother editing them. Ooh, look at chat actually reminding me to put the camera back. Thank you, chat. You're so helpful. Okay. Mana is clearly completely functional. We are unfortunately on the draw. But, oh, we drew Spell Pierce. Okay, okay. So if the opponent plays a 3-drop creature while we hold up Spell Pierce, we kind of just die. If we play Bloodtithe Harvester, if they play Lily, we're sad. If they play Fable, that's fine-ish. I'd rather hold up Negate than Spell Pierce this turn, because Spell Piercing and not giving myself the ability to play 2 spells on turn 3 sounds kind of like a bummer. The world would be easier if I had just been on the play and gotten to play Bankbuster, but the whole point of this was trying to figure out things we could do on the draw. So, here we are. Think we're just passing. Hoping they play something that's negatable. Alright. It's a game plan. We successfully didn't lose to the turn 3 Fable. Delightful. Now, do we play the Bloodtithe Harvester or the Banky Bustery? I believe I'm going to opt into playing the Bankbuster here. Only on the logic that I would like my opponent to not know about the Spell Pierce by the way that Auto Tapper leaves up the Shipwreck Marsh. Tenacious Underdog is fine. I could play Fable the Mirror Breaker holding up Spell Pierce, but I think we would rather be able to crew the Bankbuster here. Oh, also, if I had played the Bankbuster this turn instead of the Bloodtithe Harvester, then when I crewed it and block, we wouldn't be able to draw a card. Because it would be summoning sick. Interesting that is an option. Alright, I don't really want to block the underdog. Infernal Grasp. Okay, well, we're going to draw a card then. Taken's damage. We're going to 2 this turn, you're saying? Okay. No, I do not want to attack. Oh, I could potentially go to 1 this turn, actually. I'm not actually sure if I would like to have Meat Hook in my hand in this position at all. I guess that turn it would have been fine. Specifically that turn. Does this gain Death Touch on 3? Yes. But in gaining Death Touch, they do get forced to spend 2 mana. The alternatives, if I block the Bloodtithe Harvester, they put me to 3. I kind of like the fact that Fable of the Mirror Breaker blocks the Bloodtithe Harvester. I'm not going to get to draw with this Bankbuster this turn anyway. I think that makes me want to block the Sleeper. They put me to 2 and elect not to spend any mana. Make disappear is good. I enjoy not being dead. I think we hold on to the Bloodtithe Harvester for continuous crewing of Bankbuster. Sheoldred is kind of a problem. Ertai is an answer to Sheoldred, so the question is, do we use this blood token now, or do we hold up Spell Pierce? Opponent has 1 card and 1 land, so if that's a cut down, we would die if I don't hold up Spell Pierce. So I suppose we chill. Unfortunately, we have left Tenacious Underdog in the yard now. Stop on our upkeep. Ertai kill Sheoldred. Ertai cruise Bankbuster. Alright. Draw a card. Corpse Appraiser. Hey, that's an answer to Tenacious Underdog eventually. Think we get rid of Xander's Lounge and hold on to the Spell Pierce, because I would like to not die to a burn spell. By which I mean Invoke Despair. And Bloodfell Caves kind of implies Invoke Despair. Do I let Fable resolve if it means me still having Negate for another Invoke Despair and I get to draw a card with Bankbuster? I feel like I'm supposed to let that Fable resolve in this position. Bankbuster. Alright, now that one's interesting. I'm going to go with I am not supposed to let Bankbuster resolve. And I believe that I'm supposed to use Spell Pierce over Negate, given my opponent is potentially capable of making a treasure now. Our Fable flips. Alright, we draw more Spell Pierces. That's fine. We get to play Corpse Appraiser while holding up 2 Counterspells or the ability to Spell Pierce plus activate Bankbuster. We most certainly get rid of Tenacious Underdog. Put one of these cards in your hand. Now see, I'm pretty confident Infernal Grasp is not a terribly good card for us to use at this point in time. I believe we have not made a land drop yet. But also Corpse Appraiser is pretty cool, but also we're going to get to Kiki Corpse Appraiser here. It's very unlikely they get to kill Corpse Appraiser or Kiki, because I have multiple counterspells to protect. I feel like that means that I want to take the lands and just make the land drop here. I kind of have capacity to use a lot of mana over the next couple of turns. Do I Ertai attack? Yes, because Corpse Appraiser block with Bankbuster. I'm negating basically any removal spell that interacts with that anyway. Yeah, and if the opponent wants to not have a treasure to make my Spell Pierce better, I'm like actually pretty excited about that block. Opponent discards a land, that makes sense. I would like if the opponent looted into something that gave me a reason to use Spell Pierce, but instead they evolved Sleeper. 1, 2, 3, so they can no longer draw a card this turn, so I can safely activate Bankbuster in response. I don't think there's anything I could draw into here that I would want to do anything in response to. I think Graveyard Trespasser is a better aggressive card than Corpse Appraiser, but it is not, in my opinion, a better defensive card than Corpse Appraiser. Or at least isn't always. Certainly has less synergy with Evelyn. Ooh, okay. There is our life gain card coming in clutch with the gaining life thing. Believe I'm supposed to play Xander's Lounge because I can always draw a card with Reckoner Bankbuster using that same mana. Unfortunately, the opponent... Did they just choose not to evolve Sleeper the second time for some reason? That's confusing, but okay. There's a lot of times that you're doing Kiki things and just don't have something useful to copy with Kiki to win. Having more things that synergize with Kiki in your deck is not necessary, but is helpful. Meathook Massacre for 2. Oh dear. Yeah, we're going to go with that is not allowed at this point in time. I'm not okay with the way that that would kill me. Opponent can't attack with the Evolved Sleeper. End of turn. Let's make a Corpse Appraiser that can attack the opponent, and I guess start exiling their Sheoldreds. I don't see any reason to care what we exile here. Fable of the Mire Breaker or lands. Fable of the Mire Breaker does gain a lot of life with Sheoldred in a turn cycle, so I think we opt into that. We go up to 4. That's good. They have 6 mana, so Invoke Despair still gets Spell Pierced for the time being. I believe we play Fable. I believe we hold on to the island to discard to Fable. Alright, I think we should have successfully locked this game up. We take we take 2 damage from Despair right now, because we still don't have a Planeswalker. Whee! Alright. So that was on the draw, and it was razor close, but it did do specifically everything we thought we were supposed to do to be able to win the matchup in that position on the draw. So that feels like mission accomplished. Scary but functional is about how I expect a win on the draw to be. Alright, now, what are we actually, like, doing here? I wonder if Katose, one of in the sideboard, is good versus Invoke decks. The trouble is, you still have to counter the first Invoke. And, like, being in a position to counter the first Invoke is, like, the entire challenge to begin with, I feel like. Okay, so do we want to do anything against red-black decks? We kind of like main decked our entire game plan against them, and I think it's possible literally nothing changes. You don't have to counter it since you get to cast it yourself? You mean let them play it and resolve it and then cast our 5-drop and hope they don't kill our 4/4 with all of the cards they just drew? I don't totally love that idea. A Braid? I don't think there's anything in this matchup that I want to Braid against. I think the Abrades are kind of strictly for Oni Cult Anvil, and I'm not picturing them as being against anything else. Duress is interesting. What do we cut for Duress? I don't know. Like, hypothetically, Sheoldred, I guess. As good as it was that game is probably less good than Duress, typically. I don't feel like it's wrong that we should be boarding in Duress. I guess maybe I'm supposed to, like, cut some number of, what, Bloodtithe Harvester? Make Disappear on the draw? No, I think the entire reason to run Make Disappear is that it's a good card on the draw. One of the 3 Evelyn I could get behind. That probably is supposed to be the cut for a second Duress. I like where this is going. We get our turn 2 Negate into turn 3 Fable. I guess if they don't play Fable, we can Infernal Grasp Bloodtithe Harvester. It's not healthy for my life total, but is functional. I'm also willing to negate a Reckoner Bankbuster for tempo purposes. And then play our Fable. It looks like they have Cut Down, which is a little annoying. Between Bloodtithe Harvester and Fable, which would I rather get cut? Well, it could be the Blood Token. They don't necessarily have Cut Down. If I play Bloodtithe Harvester, I get to play Xander's Lounge this turn. I think I would generally prefer to Fable because it gets us to the point where Fable flips faster, which may end up trading with the Bloodtithe Harvester to prevent life loss. Okay, they did not have the cut down. They also elected not to use the blood. The other reason that I did this way, that's fascinating. But no, I'll take the mana. Is that if they were to Sheoldred me, I can Infernal Grasp the Sheoldred in my upkeep and then play Bloodtithe Harvester. Why do they always attack before playing Obnixilis? That doesn't actually make any sense to me. Do I want the Xander's Lounge? Not really. I still don't want the Xander's Lounge. Alright, Devil Token trades with Goblin. Our plan is going to be we play Evelyn here. I guess if they're going to sack the 3-2, the hope that I don't block is desirable anyway. I guess that makes sense. I could discard Sokenzan here. I don't think that I want to yet. I'm kind of hoping they just go land Invoke Despair. They don't. Okay. So now we need to hope that they don't have Infernal Grasp. Land plus Fable. They don't have Infernal Grasp. Once each turn, you may play a card with an exiled collection counter on it. So we can play land or Fable. We're attacking the 2 loyalty Ob, which we kind of expect the 2-2 to block. I could play Fable plus Infernal Grasp, which doesn't trigger the Evelyn this turn, but that's probably fine. Alternatively, I can play land, Bloodtithe Harvester, Infernal Grasp, or start with Bloodtithe Harvester, I suppose. So that if I hit something useful, we can choose what we do next. I wouldn't have a blue source unless I pay a life for this Bloodtithe Harvester, and I'm also not killing the Ob. Kind of like discarding lands to Obnixilis. So I kind of like doing this way, I think. We got another land and a Flame-Blessed Bolt that I can play on their turn. Interesting. Okay. So I get to make this attack and I don't have to Infernal Grasp. I can just Flame-Blessed Bolt either the 2-2 or the Obnixilis on their upkeep.
How dare you destroy what I built?
Okay, we did give them the knowledge that we don't have counterspells up. Potentially, I should have... Oh, so I should have blood tokened to see if I was drawing into a counterspell, or specifically Spell Pierce. If I drew into Spell Pierce off this blood token, then I was better off paying a life than using the Stormcarved Coast.
Oh, I have a job for you.
Because Invoke Despair currently kills Reflection plus Bloodtithe Harvester. Okay. Opponent has a bunch of Obnixili that currently only pressure my life total in a way that I don't really mind. I have a lot more red sources than I do black, so if I'm playing this Takenuma as a land, but I'm not, because I'm playing their land. Okay, so I think we just discard the Takenuma, because Sokenzan has an ability that's more useful to me. Actually, for that matter, I'm probably just using the blood token here, huh? Which is also discarding the Sokenzan anyway. So I should have blood tokened in response to see what I wanted to do. Am I reflection copying Bloodtithe Harvester here? Bloodtithe Harvester could sack to kill a devil. Leaves me killing the 2 Obnixilis copies. Or I could kill all the copies by using Infernal Grasp. I think this copy is still desirable and free, because it triggers Evelyn. which may find us something relevant from exile. Does not. We're playing our land drop from exile. Are we rewarded for sacking this for any reason? Am I incentivized to Infernal Grasp just so I can kill all the obs? I don't know that I care about any of the obs. I guess the flaw of doing it this way is they get to save the 3 loyalty Ob Nixilis copy instead of the 1 loyalty original Ob Nixilis, whereas if I'd done this the other way... Oh, they can also choose to kill the Bloodtithe Harvester instead of doing 1 damage to my face? Which also means that I was supposed to throw the Bloodtithe Harvester original at the original Ob, and so this was a bad attack. Yeah. In a couple of ways.
This isn't over.
So we'll probably Corpse Appraiser next turn then. Think we just hold up Ertai as a counterspell. Reflection. Resolves. Do I want to get rid of Infernal Grasp to gain life? I'm going to go with probably yes. Puts Ob up to 4 loyalty. Opponent does nothing. Okay. Huh. So I can play Evelyn to get 2 Evelyn triggers, but then if they have a removal spell for Evelyn, that's pretty bad. I can Ertai to kill Reflection. They get to draw a card, but I pressure the Ob. I kind of like that plan. If they have an instant speed removal spell here, they kind of have to choose between whether they want to throw it at the Evelyn or at the Reflection. They do draw into the removal spell, they throw it at the Reflection. That's fine. Because I've got the Corpse Appraiser, so we don't necessarily need that card advantage. If they have 2 removal spells, it's sort of a problem. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so before the opponent attacks, or before the opponent gets to choose what they do when we attack, I want a Corpse Appraiser to see what we're looking at. I want the Evelyn triggered resolve first because it's the one I don't have control over. So I'd rather make the Corpse Appraiser choice with knowledge of what I've got exiled from Evelyn. That is a lot of good stuff that I like. We will put the Negate into hand because it is more flexible, even though the other one can technically hit creatures. Want to make this land drop. I guess, no, I didn't have enough blue. Oh, can I use any color of mana to do this? Yeah, so I could have actually cast the Spell Pierce with Sulfurous Springs, which hypothetically... Okay, sure. Means that I might have not wanted to make the land drop if I wanted to Spell Pierce something here and then hold up Negate on their turn. No, but then I would... Oh, yeah, the Spell Pierce would still have use. I could Corpse Appraiser and still have Negate up on their turn, but then I wouldn't trigger Evelyn with it. So I think we just chill. Maybe I don't need the Evelyn trigger here to be meaningful. I think we just decline and take 2. We have Corpse Appraiser threatening Ob Nixilis, which they are incentivized to Infernal Grasp. I believe I just have an incentive to tax their mana, because I can't do anything else with this extra spell this turn. I could just choose to have Spell Pierce in hand forever, I suppose. Then we negate because killing Ob Nixilis seems like a good idea. Alright. So, we beat Black-Red 2 games on the draw, doing basically what we thought the game plan was supposed to be. That is encouraging. That's actually moderately encouraging. Define the Alchemist's Gambit deck actually working. Because rules-wise, it actually works, yes. Did we turn it into a good deck? Tougher. We did not find a shell that functioned, so to speak. Okay, now we get to be on the play. Okay. This lacks the part of the game plan where we, like, progress into anything that wins the game, but it does prevent our opponent from resolving things on curve. Okay, no, hold on. Opponent, do you want to play like a tenacious underdog on turn 2 that I get to make disappear and then resolve Corpse Appraiser on 3? No? Okay, understandable. Good day. Jeskai, draw, go. Alright, here's the plan. Sheoldred gets countered. Doesn't get countered? Oh. My entire plan of throwing out the Sheoldred to get it countered this turn so that I could play Corpse Appraiser, draw a card, and Spell Pierce next turn kind of relied on the opponent actually killing the Sheoldred. Weird. New plan. Play cards that are vaguely threatening while holding up a bunch of counterspells to stop the opponent's control deck from, like, winning. I feel like if the opponent could look at our hand right now, they would be deeply sad. Because I am basically playing tribal cards that made me not want to try to play Lotus Control. Burn down the house. Wow. That would be a good way to wipe the board. I'm not sure it's, like, remotely possible for the opponent to win this. Hey, opponent, you want to loot with Celestis? Oh, I guess they can choose not to loot and just gain the life. So it's not as bad against Sheoldred as I was expecting it to be. But they did choose to draw, so now they're down to 4. That's true, I could disconnect. Yeah, so they're on the infinite mana version with Light Up the Night, which I just don't think is very necessary. Oh, and draw for the turn, down to 2. Alright, so they can't draw any more cards. So, basically, yeah, I'm gonna... Let's not tell them that we have Spell Pierce in our deck. So yeah, tribal board wipes. Pretty heinous against a pile of counterspells. Just wildly unsurprising there. Let's see. I don't want Flame Blessed Bolts. I don't want Infernal Grasps. I do want Abrades, which sounds weird against control, but my experience has been this deck basically doesn't function if you kill their Lotus. We want Soaring because it draws cards, and we want a bunch of Duresses, which does mean we have to cut some stuff. Oh dear, all my cards are good. What are we gonna do? I think Bloodtithe Harvester did 3 damage, and Sheoldred did... like... 16? Something like that? What do we cut, team? Oh, it's probably just Corpse Appraiser, isn't it? Abrade doesn't hit Planeswalkers, this is true, but it does hit artifacts. It's not Celestis that a braid hits. It's the... oh, it's not Nyx Lotus. What is it? Timeless Lotus? Timeless Lotus is the card I want to hit with a braid. But hypothetically, I suppose we could just play 2 a braid. Actually, I'm probably supposed to like bring in the Sheoldred, huh? Bloodtithe is a 2-mana card that does damage to them while cheaply letting us hold up counterspells. Like, 2-mana 3/2 is still a card. It also triggers Evelyn, which, you know, could be helpful. I think we rock like this. Okay. Fable into Evelyn is kind of cool. I'm going to duress on turn 2, I think. Higher chance of... or hits 1 additional card deep to get rid of a counterspell from our opponent's hand. Punishes us if we draw exactly a 2-mana counterspell. But I don't think that I care that strongly about negating a 3-drop. I do care about taking that Ertai Scorn out of their hand. Oh, cool. I don't have to pay life to cast this Fable of the Mirror. What did you draw into, opponent? Is it a counterspell for my Fable of the Mirror to make me sad? Nope. Okay. Sided out the Lotus many times. I feel like the Lotus is the only good card in that deck, though. Like, it's the only card I'm scared of. Let us avoid flooding out, I believe, is the only thing that I need to do at this point. Rewarded, because continuing to flood out seems to be the fear. I kind of wanted to jam the Evelyn at sorcery speed there to resolve it, but I think the opponent has too many 5-mana board wipes in their deck for me to be willing to do that. If I jam the Evelyn here and it gets countered, then I untap, play a land, and I can't play the next Evelyn with Negate protection. But I also shut off the opponent. Yeah, I think it's probably worth it. If this Evelyn gets countered, it means they can't play any card draw spell on my turn. And I think that's worth it to me. They ran at least 1 counterspell. Oh, also, if they Otawara the Evelyn, that's kind of like a counterspell, except it's worse than a counterspell, so I'm fine with it. What did the Evelyn #1 hit? Wandering Emperor and a land. That sounds like pretty good for me. The Firestorm is pretty good. I don't disagree with that. Alright, second verse, same as the first. Memory Deluge resolves. Very well. Evelyn resolves and draws a card. Opponent removes Evelyn with Fateful Absence. Fine and dandy. Evelyn exiles a land and a Sulfurous Springs. This is fine. Then let's go ahead and make more treasures. The question at this point is, do I even bother to use my precious negate on a farewell? I think the answer to that might be that I do not. I believe I just crack the treasure and then float mana and resolve Evelyn. Save the negate for the next counterspell? Or save the negate for the next board wipe after that? Archangel of Wrath. Kicked once. Interesting. Okay. So if I Evelyn, we're 1 mana short of playing Wandering Emperor immediately, which is a little bit sad. But I believe I should still play this in case I hit a Quench that I can sack Goblin Shaman to. No success. Okay. Reflection go bye-bye. Sadness. Alright, let's go with Bloodtithe Harvester. Trigger Evelyn, draw more cards. Why would you play Evelyn when you can play 4 Invokes? Because playing Invoke requires us to build a mana base that's capable of casting Invoke, which doesn't work with Counterspells. And also Evelyn has Flash, which works better with Counterspells. So what do we have? More lands and more lands. Not perfect. Could attack with a 2/2 to draw, well, make a mana. I don't think I'm super into that. We can kill Archangel of Wrath next turn with Bloodtithe Harvester if we so desire. Only having 1 more Negate in the deck is beginning to be slightly a concern. So if I Wandering Emperor here, and I Otawara the Evelyn. Kind of one. Oh, no. Otawara only costs 3. So I can Wandering Emperor and Otawara. Oh, but not hold up Negate. Too bad Otawara doesn't get cheaper from my spells. Then they negate the Wandering Emperor, huh? Alright, in that case, we're gonna blink the Evelyn. Archangel gains some life. Do I play Evelyn here? Do I care about killing Archangel of Wrath? I don't believe I do yet. I'd almost rather get Farewelled. So I think I just chill here and pass. I can actually get attritioned out if I counter the Farewell. I'm at the point where I think I would much rather negate the Memory Deluge. I could draw off the clue at sorcery speed, yeah, but I don't think that I need to. Yeah, I don't really want that Memory Deluge to resolve. Oh, Memory Deluge is fun, though. As is the Duress. Alright, am I interested in spending 1 less mana to crack this clue token at the risk of my opponent? My opponent's going to remove the Evelyn kind of no matter what before I can cast the Duress, so I don't think going shields down here is wrong in that sense. Cool. Let's go ahead and Duress the opponent. Take the Farewell. play the Bloodtithe Harvester, kill the Archangel of Wrath, trigger Evelyn, swing without the Evelyn, and hold back the Bankbuster. We're going to sack the blood tokens to discard the Shivan Reef, because top-decked Farewell is one of the things that I want to play around here. So I think not playing the Bankbuster is correct. We drew a Burn Down the House that gets to put a bunch of creatures into play. Cool. Yeah, if we cast the Deluge, it goes to their graveyard, which isn't necessarily something that I want to do. Light up the Night on Evelyn. Okay. Three, 6, 7. So they can Spell Pierce, pay for Memory Deluge. And they can pay for this Spell Pierce. I have no way of exiling the graveyard for Memory Deluge. I have one remaining Evelyn. A couple remaining Counterspells that I could find off the Memory Deluge, including a Spell Pierce that saves the Evelyn. If I were to eight damage if I burn down the house, I think that I actually want to use this Memory Deluge. Specifically because Make Disappear is a pretty cool card to hit. We will also take Duress. It's a good thing the opponent overpaid for this by 1. Otherwise, Make Disappear wouldn't have been a line that I could go for here. They did it for X equals 5, which makes it do 6 damage. They only had to do for X equals 4, and then they would have had 4 mana up. Alright, so burn down the house for 3 1/1s. Duress gives us a 2-turn clock. No Wandering Emperor. We get to hold up Spell Pierce to tax Memory Deluge, which puts the opponent on needing to top deck exactly Farewell and nothing else will do it. I believe I'm just supposed to Spell Pierce this rather than whatever they cast next, just to deny them having two Flame Blessed Bolts isn't good enough either. Alright. Woo! Well, it's functioning. I might have preferred to have more negates in that matchup. Opponent very much seemed to be on the attrition game plan rather than on the Lotus game plan post board. I kind of just don't agree that that's actually functional. I think you just lose to opponents who are playing Invoke Despair if you do that, and also kind of lose to Reanimator. But being popular and me thinking that it's a viable deck in a developed metagame in a couple of weeks are not necessarily the same thing. I'm going to go get more water and use the restroom, and then we will continue. Be right back. All right. Opponent missing the light up the stage as X+1 seemed like a very major misplay. Yeah, I don't necessarily know that they would have been in a position to, like, win that game anyway, but they would have been in a much, 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 much better position. Because if that wasn't an out, I wouldn't have cast the Memory Deluge at all. I wouldn't have put a Memory Deluge in their yard for them to recast, so they still kind of would have just been desperately trying to top deck something relevant. It's not water. It kind of is. It's sparkling peach water. It's not soda or something unhealthy. Nutrition-wise, what am I looking at? If the nutrition information is only zeros, it's pretty close to water, right? Retrieve socks. Oh, that's a good point. You want to get retrieved socks? No? Ooh, how much sugar? 0. No sugar. No sugar. Is mono black even the bad guy besides that it's so ubiquitous? Seems like the black splash X decks are stronger. I agree. I think mono black does not have no place in the meta, but my interpretation of the meta as it stands is that mono black's niche is that it is a deck that is more aggressive than the other splashing decks. But I also don't know if that niche actually gives, like, any concrete advantages. Any sodium. No sodium. 0 fat, 0 sodium, 0 carbohydrates, 0 sugar, 0 added sugars, 0 protein, 0 calories. Ingredients, carbonated water, natural flavor. But you can never rule out a deck that plays 4 Invoke Despair. Right. I mean, I don't think that mono black is a bad deck. I just do think that it is probably worse than black-red Splashing Fable of the Mire Breaker and Bloodtithe Harvester in almost every way that's relevant. Natural isn't always good. No. Natural means nothing. Mostly it's just water plus stuff. I do have some seltzer water too. Then I have this flavored sparkling water, and then I've got lemon lime sparkling water. That lemon lime sparkling water is what I usually drink, but I'm out because I used the last of it for mixing up triple sec and tonic cocktails, which is better than you would expect. Certainly better than I expected, but I had no clue how to use the remaining triple sec otherwise. Alright, let's see. I have seen no reason to change any of this yet, so we shall continue. Triple second tonic? Yeah. Specifically, I used lemon lime sparkling water, which isn't really tonic, but using lemon lime sparkling water in place of literally everything that ever calls for tonic water is an improvement. Is 3 Evelyn not too much? I don't know. It's the only card advantage spell at instant speed that I really felt like I wanted to play. It was that or Silver Scrutiny, and Evelyn, once you've got this many vampires, just kind of feels like better Silver Scrutiny, I think. Yeah, see, Mono Black has to, like, play Liliana, which is just kind of the worst 3-drop in the deck. So splashing to replace it with Fable just sort of improves it. Alright, we're going to keep this because it gets to do a thing on turn 2, which seems good. Oh, hey, it can also hold up Make Disappear on turn 2. Now, admittedly, holding up Make Disappear on turn 2 would be better if we had a 3rd land drop. I was really going to hope he would draw an untapped red land so that I could represent Flame Blessed both on the Harvester and on the Fable. But this, instead, is sad. Alright, counter Fable. If I'd hit the untapped red land, I would have let that resolve and then Flame Blessed bolted the token and the Harvester. So I could Fable, which just dies to Bloodtithe Harvester. Which isn't the best, but does help us hit our 4th land drop, which is probably something we want to do. Just by virtue of the looting. Soaring. Okay. Down ticks to make a 2/3. Don't care as much about that. I'm a little surprised to see them sacrifice this, given they just made the 2/3 to block, but I'll accept it. I want to discard a second Bankbuster. I don't have a use for that. Corpse Appraiser is a great draw. Corpse Appraiser also helps us hit our land drop, which means I don't necessarily need to loot too many things away here. I do kind of like Flame Blessed Bolt for hitting Soaring. But I need to hit a red land. The question is, do I want to loot away a Flame Blessed Bolt number 2? I guess I just don't really need the Bloodtithe Harvester in this situation. And I really, really want to hit an untapped red land. There we go. So now I'm guaranteed to be able to kill the Soaring with the Flame Blessed Bolt. Regardless of what I take with the Corpse Appraiser. In this position, I think I just want the other Corpse Appraiser. And we're going to try to mid-range out our opponent. Invoke Despair here will be painful, but not backbreaking. Duress probably takes Bankbuster, unless their play here is Sheoldred. It's not. It's Bloodtithe Harvester. I can live with that. So I don't need to set an upkeep stop because it wasn't Sheoldred. Land plus holding up 2 loots. We have Negate. That's fantastic. We have Fable. That's also fantastic. I believe I just want to Flame Blessed Bolt the Harvester so that they can't kill my Reflection, and then pass holding up Negate so that I don't get invoked. The alternative is playing Corpse Appraiser, which puts card in my hand and creature on board. I think I'd just rather pass holding up Negate. Infernal Grasp on Kiki. Am I okay with that? Opponent is top decking. I think that representing Reflection plus Corpse Appraiser combo and forcing them to top deck an answer is worth it. If they top deck exactly Invoke Despair, I'm punished for this. If they top deck anything else, I'm rewarded. We sack the Corpse Appraiser, which is just fine because we have another Corpse Appraiser in hand. Opponent has to hold the 2/3 back if they don't want their Lily to die. And then they're just trading off their 2/3. Yeah. I did not, in fact, make the mistake of sacking the Kiki. Sleeper, I don't think, is as much of a problem for Control X to beat, but Underdog and Invoke Despair are pretty difficult for Control X to handle. You just have to have so much go right from Control to answer every single threat on curve in the proper way. Alright, so once again we're playing against Black-Red, which I feel like we mostly thought was just a solid main deck. I think we decided we wanted to bring in like 2 Duresses. What did we cut previously to fit those Duresses? Was it Sheoldred plus an Evelyn, I think? I don't know. We'll go with it. What matchup is Sul'kanar for? We're anticipating that it's useful against, like, mono white or other aggro decks? I don't know. The game plan for the sideboard is kind of a question mark. I don't think there's anything they can do on turn 2 that makes me want to hold up Spell Pierce. So we're just going to play the Shipwreck Marsh so we can make disappear their turn 3 play without paying life. But yeah, the sideboard's kind of... yeah, I don't know. So we could Duress here plus hold up Spell Pierce. But then they could resolve a Trespasser, which I wouldn't love. So I'd rather just hold up Make Disappear and be, like, totally cozy. Now we can Duress holding up Make Disappear, which I do kind of love. Yeah, well, yeah, Graveyard Trespasser. Body Launderer. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, Body Launderer connives. When it dies, return target non-rogue card to the battle with equal or lesser power from the graveyard to the battlefield. Huh, okay. Well, let's see. Invoke Despair is not scary while I have Spell Pierce. Is a Braid better or worse than Liliana? I'm going to go with... A Braid's probably better than Liliana. So I guess we take that. I'd rather just have my opponent have expensive spells in hand. If they hit their 5th land drop before playing anything, I could kind of be in trouble. Untap land? Let's go! Now, do we jam Corpse Appraiser or Fable here? If I bait them into invoking Despair, I guess whichever one I do, they're probably going to resolve the Body Launderer. So I'm probably supposed to remove the creature from their graveyard first, rather than Fable. Also, they're less likely to... Ooh, interesting. I think I take the Negate here. They're less likely to go untap land Invoke Despair if I cast Fable, and I want them to cast the Invoke Despair into the Spell Pierce if they hit the untap land. So I think presenting them with the juicier Invoke target is desirable. They go for the Lily. Huh, that's surprising. Still, fine by me. Now they have down-ticked the Lily, and I get to resolve my Fable. Not having the untap land to hold up the Make Disappear kind of bites.
Drop it.
What are we discarding here? Not the Make Disappear. Oh, well, not the Spell Pierce. Maybe the Make Disappear? It's probably just supposed to be the Negate. Yeah, opponent's successfully playing around the counterspells we showed in game 1. I really want to hit this 5th land. No creature cards in the graveyard, but Lily could fix that. I also really want to hit a removal spell for Body Launderer, which I think is just the 2 Infernal Grasps. I think we're approaching the point at which Spell Pierce is not going to be terribly useful. Corpse Appraiser is cool. Is this worth exchanging for a treasure? No, there's no point. I could Corpse Appraiser here. I don't think that I'm supposed to. I think I'm supposed to Evelyn on their turn. Oh, but no, they're just going to Invoke Despair, so maybe the Evelyn plan was wrong. Well, maybe I just let them resolve the Invoke Despair.
Fine. I'll take my zombies and leave.
They draw 2. Soaring. Oh, sweet! Oh, that's so much worse than them just Invoke Despairing, because now I get to ignore that and just play the Evelyn and then play the Corpse Appraiser on my turn. While, holding up Negate / Make Disappear. I almost flashed in to block this thing before remembering it had Death Touch. Land plus Fable. I mean, Fable's cool and all, but land drops are better. Ooh. Corpse Appraiser, flip this order, exile Corpse Appraiser, draw some cards. We drew land, and then found a land, is that right? Yes. Okay. Works for me.
I'll fix that.
What does opponent find with the Soaring? They find a Sheoldred. That's moderately annoying. I don't have a good answer to that. Let's see. I can counter that with Make Disappear. And then eventually get Evelyn back with Takenuma. I'm imagining that I sack the Evelyn to Make Disappear here, because I don't think I want to sacrifice the Corpse Appraiser. And I might just die to that before I find a removal spell for it. I think Reflection Copy and Corpse Appraiser is just more valuable. I'm hoping that their last spell isn't something useful. Kind of taking a gamble on that front, but no way for it but to take a gamble. Let's go ahead and copy our best friend Corpse Appraiser, exile opponent Sheoldred, take Bankbuster, take Bankbuster. Go to combat, swing at Soaring, expect the opponent does not block.
I will not spare you.
Do we play Takenuma and Bankbuster, giving up on the idea of getting back this Evelyn from the yard with Takenuma? Costs 4 mana to activate Takenuma, which would deny me Counterspell. I think we play Bankbuster. Yeah, I think Takenuma would take too long, so I think we're playing Takenuma as a land here. Oh, kitty cat, one second. I also think there's a pretty good chance we're going to end up wanting to exile the Evelyn to draw a card with Corpse Appraiser. Duress. Moderately inconvenient. Okay, that resolves. We still have an answer to this Invoke Despair either way. The main downside is that if they have an untapped land, I'm going to have to sacrifice this Bankbuster to counter it. But I can draw a card with Bankbuster, then crew it, then sack it. Why this attack? Oh, because I don't have a good block here. If I block with the Corpse Appraiser, I lose the Corpse Appraiser. If I block with the Bankbuster, then I can't sack it to Invoke Despair. So that their Invoke Despair is guaranteed to interrupt my Corpse Appraiser Kiki combo no matter what. So yeah, I just have to take this 3, which does mean that they are weaker against the Soaring, or rather that they have less ability to protect their Soaring, I suppose is the correct way to phrase that. Bankbuster draws. Opponent does not elect to play the Invoke Despair into the active Make Disappear sack, which is cool. We'll make a Corpse Appraiser copy that gets to kill the Soaring. Duress seems pretty cool right about now. I would gladly take that, yes. Alright, let's get some information before we make attacks. The information is that we take Invoke Despair, and then the opponent concedes. Whee! Wow, I love this whole game plan is working exactly the way we drew it up thing. Things actually going smoothly. I kind of love it. what exactly is the game plan with this deck. So the main game plan is that... I suppose it's difficult to answer whether the better answer to that question is what is the main game plan, or whether the better answer is what is this deck's niche. This deck's niche is that you have to win games on the draw, and it's very difficult to win tap-out mid-range slugfests on the draw if your opponent resolves Wedding Announcement or Fable the turn before you do because they're on the play. So, in order to attempt to have the ability to do things when we're on the draw, so that we can win those half of games, we're playing a just suite of good 2-drop interactive spells, and we are warping our mana base around being able to cast those on turn 2 on the draw, which necessitates a certain number of untapped lands. And in order to do that, you have to not play Invoke Despair. There is no way to build a functional mana base that can ever cast a turn 2 counterspell to interact with Fable of the Mirrebreaker and Wedding Announcement, while also playing Invoke Despair. So instead, we are trying to build an entire holistic deck built top to bottom around playing draw-go counter magic, leaving up mana on your opponent's turn. Do I miss Diviner of Fate? I mean, what is Corpse Appraiser if not Diviner of Fate at home? It is more or less just this entire card in a nutshell. I mean, Evelyn's kind of the same thing. But, yeah, I mean, I have been a naysayer for Reckoner Bankbuster for a long time, and I continue to think that this card has very narrow niches in which it's ever worth running. But specifically as a tool that gives you a mana sink and also converts the creatures that this deck is already incentivized to play into blockers that barely outstat the 3/3 attackers or the 3/2 attackers that a lot of the mono black decks have right now. This is a deck I think this card belongs in, which, you know, I feel like that's growth. This feels like the same arc of me spending 6 months saying that Uro was bad and unplayable, and looking back at it, still thinking that was true, but at the time being very controversial by saying it when nobody believed me, only for so many cards to get banned that Uro became good in the meta. And like then people thought that I was like recanting my earlier opinion when the truth was no. Earlier opinion held for then, new opinion is for now. I feel like we're repeating that song and dance. Any issues with Flame Blast exiling pre-Corpse Appraiser usually see Volt Surge? Hypothetically that is a problem, but like the two main things that Flame Blast Bolt hits in this meta that I really care about it hitting are Fable of the Mirrebreaker and Tenacious Underdog. And I don't think this deck gets enough value to beat fair Tenacious Underdog. And also, hitting a Fable token, it's not going to the graveyard either way. Which is to say, I don't think that the downside of Flame Blast Bolt exiling something is enough to offset the benefit that is Flame Blast Bolt exiling things. Is Meathook Massacre secretly bad as well? I think so. Outside the context of there are decks that want it, I think that Meathook Massacre is pretty reasonable in Oni Cult Anvil. But I don't think that the average black mid-range deck wants it right now. Okay, so we are playing against Esper Plaza of Heroes decks. Roger. Flame Blast Bolt, exiling Tenacious Underdog, feels good. I wonder if I actually should have not done that and taken the 3 so that I could make Disappear if they played specifically a cool Planeswalker. Yeah, I think I messed up. I was hoping they were just going to Wedding Announcement, but it should have occurred to me that they can't Wedding Announcement off Shipwreck Marsh. Rada Drabik. Yeah, missing this land drop's pretty painful. Okay. We are less adept at dealing with creatures. Especially following my mistake earlier. If you were to swap Sheoldred from hypothetically having run out of Mythic wildcards, is there anything you could swap it for? Does the deck just not go without it? I don't think Sheoldred's very important for this deck. The role that it's playing currently is being an anti-aggro card, which, hypothetically, I think it actually serves that purpose kind of well right now. Let's see. I don't really want Spell Pierce, and I don't really want Make Disappear. Okay. Vigilance is annoying. Radadrobic, you have Ward 2? So hypothetically, we can dirtle around taking 3 damage a turn from this Adeline for a while until the Fable trigger resolves. Yeah, I guess that's the game plan. I'm expecting Wandering Emperor here that I'm going to have to make disappear. Ertai. Well, that also probably has to get make disappeared. This wouldn't have been a bad position to play Sheoldred in. I think I would have tapped out for Sheoldred and then gotten punished really hard by the Ertai if I had black mana. So, kind of polite that that didn't have to happen. Taking more 3 damage. Danik. Okay. That resolves. That makes Adeline better, but thankfully they decided not to do 1 damage to me. Let's see. I kind of desperately want to hit this next land drop, so we're discarding Evelyn. Bloodtithe Harvester number 2. Huh. I kind of like that and then just kill the Radadrobic. It's Ward 2, right? Ward 2. Oh, no, because I used the blood token. That was bad. Bad brain. Glad I noticed. Plaza's up. Oh, it is, yeah, and that gives hexproof and indestructible. Wow, that's going to be annoying. That's 2 reasons that's not a good line right now. Huh. Troublesome. I wonder if I should have just prioritized casting Evelyn because it can technically block Adeline. So I'd get a Denic copy and a Denic in the graveyard if I block. That's actually kind of heinous. But if they cast the Denic from the graveyard, then they don't have Plaza of Heroes up. Alright. For the time being, we dirtle. I'm sure going to 4 is fine. Opponent's still holding up Plaza of Heroes. Welly, welly, well, well, welly, well, 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 well. Well, well, well. Feels like a good idea to play Sheoldred in the interest of gaining life but it also feels interesting to play Evelyn in the interest of drawing cards. I'm going to default to gaining life for the time being. That is a wildly interesting timing to psych. Oh, because they were going to lose 2 life. I do not think that was correct. So they're out of Plaza of Heroes now. Fascinating. Meaning if I sacrifice the 2/2, I can kill the Ratadrobic. That feels like a very worthwhile thing to do. Swing with the 2/2, get our 3rd mana. So now I can copy Bloodtithe Harvester, get a 2nd blood, use that to kill Ratadrobic, paying the 2 ward. Opponent does not block the 2/2 for free. We dig this. All right. Well, actually, now I probably also am supposed to kill the Adeline. That also seems like a good idea now that I think about it. Do we also kill the Raven Man? I don't know that I care about the Raven Man that much. Opponent gets a burb. I forgot that I had... Wait. Oh, they discarded a card. I was going to say... So I probably actually should have Bloodtithe Harvestered that to deny them the flyer. I'm now technically dead to Rafine. If the opponent gets brave enough. Kaido. Sure. I still feel like this isn't as good as Wedding Announcement. Oh, opponent takes damage from the Sheoldred. Makes me happy. Opponent has Plaza up. Ooh, activates Plaza, which is probably a mistake. Or rather, activates Raven Man, denying them Plaza, which seems like probably a mistake. So let's see. I believe we probably wish to kill the Raven Man. Do we also wish to play Evelyn, or do we wish to play Fable? Hypothetically, currently Rafine does 2 + 3 is 5 damage in the air. I have the option to loot to gain life if they manage to do 5 damage in the air. Which makes me feel like I want to hold up Evelyn. We could consider killing them. I suppose that's true. I don't strongly wish to put Dennick in their graveyard for them. But Sheoldred will kill them eventually, I suppose. Alright. Yeah, so now it's much harder for them to actually kill me with bird tokens, which means I can just resolve Evelyn. I think that's worth the Dennick nonsense. Oh, also, I didn't remember that Dennick's pretty good against Corpse Appraiser. That's icky. Actually, both halves of this card are pretty amusingly good against Corpse Appraiser. Because Corpse Appraiser, if it mills a creature, triggers the backside, and the front side just stops Corpse Appraiser from working at all.
What do we have here?
What's with the Dennicks? Dennick works really well with Plaza of Heroes in terms of just being a color fixer and another 2-drop that you can play. It's also just generically good as a pseudo 2-for-1, gains life against aggro, draws cards on the backside. It's kind of just a lot of reasonable things the deck doesn't hate getting incidentally. You need a certain number of 2-drops, and it's better than most of the other 2-drops IMO. I don't know that I would ever play more than one, but I think the first copy when you're playing Plaza of Heroes is a pretty good idea. But that's coming from my perspective of, I want my Plaza of Heroes to have more things that they can play on turn 2 that allows them to play a Wedding Announcement on turn 3. So I'm kind of actively looking for any white legendary 2-drops that you can put in the deck. Where's this aggro you keep mentioning? I mean, players can still play mono white and like modify aggro. It's legal. So, this is not necessarily the version of Esper that I was talking about when attempting to debate like Soaring the Mirthless as a sideboard card. Do we want to play Cut Down against this deck? Radadrobic is a 3/3, dodges Cut Down. How deeply rude. That said, Cut Down hitting Rafine and potentially Adeline does feel like it's probably worth bringing in Cut Down. I'm going to assume that their deck is not a deck I'm supposed to be playing Spell Pierce or Negate against, though. Not when Wedding Announcement is the only valid target. So, Cut Downs, probably. Well, the Wedding Announcement is good against Cut Down. Sheoldred seemed pretty reasonable-ish. I don't think this is supposed to be a match in which we bring in Sol'kanar. And again, I mean, Sol'kanar does hit Radadrobic, maybe. Okay. Turn 2 Bloodtithe Harvester, turn 3 Fable is magic cards that are good. No blue mana is a little weird, but we can make do. Sheoldred seems good here. It gets around the Plaza prop. Yeah, in that it's just a big blocker. I don't disagree with that. It's possible I'm not supposed to be cutting Sheoldred and that it's just better than Wandering or Soaring. I'm supposed to play Bankbuster or Bloodtithe Harvester into a potential counterspell. I don't think there's much chance they're playing a counterspell here, though. I don't think having Bankbuster when my next play is Fable does anything, but having Bloodtithe Harvester in play when my next play is Fable might do something. Kaido down tick, Kaido down ticks. Okay, in that case, am I playing Bankbuster and Flame Blessing Kaito? I don't really think there's much merit in not playing Fable of the Mirror Breaker just to kill my opponent's card that's worse than Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Have 8 lands been painful? They're not free, but I do think that they are a mandatory sacrifice to be able to play counterspells on the draw. You just need to have a certain number of untapped lands. Rafine is kind of a problem. I would like to draw Cut Down. It would make my life better.
There's no secret I can't uncover.
Let's get rid of Swamp and a Bankbuster. Let's play a Swamp. So I could attack with just the 2/2 at the Kaito, Then if they block with the Raffine, we kill the Raffine with Bloodtithe Harvester. And we can still play Fable and Flame Blessed Bolt the Kaido? That sounds like a good idea. This sort of looks like I'm just attacking to get a treasure, other than the onboard Bloodtithe Harvester that kills the Raffine, I suppose. Do-do-do-do. Alright, let's Fable first. Cool. And let's kill the Kaido. Cool. Fable of the Mire Breaker, very fair. Magic card, good card. Is this the first deck that's made you resort to playing Bankbusters? Yeah, it's the first deck that I think Bankbuster fits in, but I do think the Bankbuster actually fits in it relatively well. That's annoying. I don't necessarily have a good answer to Sheoldred right now. However, Bloodtithe Harvester is a pretty good answer eventually. Okay, we're gonna take some damage here, for sure. I'm hoping that the best they can do this turn is animate Tenacious Underdog. They do not think that's the best they can do. Oh, opponent's scared. We put the fear in them. I'm taking 4 less damage. Hoorah! Yeah, Evelyn's card advantage not actually hurting. Oh, that sucks. Why didn't they attack? Weird. That's a pretty huge problem. I don't know that I can beat that. Well, I can if I hit removal for the Sheoldred off of the Evelyn, I suppose. Make disappear is not very helpful. Cut down. Oh, that would have been so good after they played the meat hook. No! Okay. Bloodtithe Harvester finds Sol'kanar. That's actually maybe useful sooner or later. Dorothea seems quite bad. Raven Man makes it harder for Sheoldred to attack. Alternative is not playing the Raven Man and then we get to hold up and make disappear. Opponent holds up Plaza of Heroes to deny Reflection Bloodtithe Harvester. Raven Man basically accomplishes nothing. Okay. Pass. Is Sheoldred good in Standard? Yeah, it's a reasonable magic card. It fills multiple roles. Kaido not holding up Plaza of Heroes to deal with the onboard Bloodtithe Harvester? Are you sure, opponent? I don't know. I don't know if that seems correct. But okay. Thalia. Well, I could make disappear that. Yeah, I'm probably supposed to. I get to cut down this token. Opponent attacks with Sheoldred. No, opponent! The Sheoldred attack is so free here! Me going to 4 is unacceptable, so I'd actually have to double block it, and they just kill my Harvester and my Evelyn. Instead, they're going to do 2 damage to me and tap my Kiki Jiki and require me to pay 1 mana, which is, like, way worse for them. Flameless Bolt's cute. Why did I have an upkeep stop set and that still wasn't good enough to actually have an upkeep stop set? Who knows? Magic. Alright, let's copy Bloodtithe Harvester. Make a blood token, trigger Evelyn, get to hit the land drop if we want to, that's cool. Also, we can kill the Sheoldred, that part's cool. Then, do we play the land drop? Or do we play the Sheoldred? Can't do both. Opponent's incapable of casting, and well, they could cast Invoke Despair, we just kind of don't expect that Invoke Despair is in their deck. Nah, it's probably just play Sheoldred and pass. Haste threats include Tenacious Underdog. Remove plus Blitz is a possibility. So, Harvester attack, Evelyn holds back. I can't accept going to 1 with Meathook Massacre in play.
Now, what do we have here?
Yeah, it's true. The stops, if you don't have priority, tend to not do much. Dorothea, we're fine with that. Radadrabic, we're fine with that. We gain some life. Love gaining life. It's my favorite. Copy Bloodtithe Harvester, trigger Evelyn, opponent concedes. That sounds all correct. Woo! I mean, this deck really does feel like it's actually got legs. I'm starting to think that the Channel Fireball team at the last tournament was onto something. Have I tried out the Sol'kanar version? I have not, but I'm not sure that I like the idea of the Sol'kanar version in the very specific context of building a comprehensive game plan around counterspells. I think this version of the deck does that better. I don't quite think I understand properly what niche Sol'kanar is supposed to fill, other than that it's kind of an Invoke Despair-like card that you get to play alongside a mana base that isn't as reprehensible on the draw as Invoke Despair's mana base. But, like, compared to Evelyn, I don't know, I guess I feel like they kind of fill almost entirely the same roles, except against aggro, where I could see Sol'kanar being better. And I just therefore value the flash more, I think, on my 5-drop. Alright, we are willing to take the play. We are willing to keep the good mana on the play. We happy. I think both versions lose to Esper. I'm interested in testing this against Esper, but I also don't know if there's any necessarily, like, super stock Esper lists right now to gauge that against. There's a lot of different variations for sure. So the turn 2 Reckoner Bankbuster is not our favorite 2-drop here against green-red, sadly. Quilly and Beast Kawa. I could play Corpse Appraiser, but that feels like probably a mistake. We're just going to have to settle for Fable of the Mirror Breaker into Sheoldred against aggro. Oh no. Ooh, opponent. You're saying that I'm allowed to block this Ascendant Pack Leader if I want to, huh? I do think that I probably want to. I don't really need extra mana right now, surprisingly enough. Do I want my 5th land? Probably, but I don't think that I need to keep the Shivan Reefs to accomplish that. Alrighty. Sheoldred, get out there, gain me some life. Opponent missed their third land drop. That feels pretty good to me. I'm assuming Quirion Beastcaller is a modify deck card. Yeah, that tracks. Alright, so Stormseeker bumps up Beastcaller to a 5/4, which trades with Bankbuster. That feels pretty good to me. I kind of feel like the opponent did not think about that when they made this attack. Oh, alright. Never mind. I forgot this does more things. Perhaps I did not think about what that meant when I did that block. Still correct to make the block. Corpse Appraiser, Kiki Jiki combo established. Find a removal spell for Phoenix Chick. Flame Blessed Bolt does not quite do it as well as we would like. I have not played my land drop yet this turn, so Bloodtithe Harvester is pretty interesting. Ertai also interesting eventually. I believe we just go with Bloodtithe Harvester. Mostly operating under the belief that I kind of dig, you know, pressuring my opponent since I've got a better board state and can actually pivot to being aggressive, especially with Sheoldred in play, and blood tokens gaining life and looting away land sounds kind of cool. Oh, Kurama the West Tree plus Phoenix. That's so adorable. I love the synergy in play here. Digging it, opponent, I'm digging it. Oh no, not lands. Whatever will I do? Do we Bloodtithe Harvester and just pop both their creatures? Or they just concede? That works too. Today I learned Chris draws Fable every game on 3. I mean, it does help if you draw Fable every game on 3. It makes Fable look like a much better card. Okay, so hypothetically this is the matchup where we are supposed to be bringing in all of our Sol'kanars. I'm going to hope that that is correct. I do not want Spell Pierces and Negates. I want Cut Downs. I want the Sheoldred. Do we feel like we want a Abrade? I mean, a Abrade over Infernal Grasp is probably an upgrade. So then the question becomes, do we want the other Abrade and the other 2 Infernal Grasps over anything? Make Disappear wasn't as bad as... Or rather, Reckoner Bankbuster wasn't as bad as it perhaps had the justification to be. So I'm kind of wondering... I would probably prefer to cut Make Disappears for Abrades and Infernal Grasps against aggro, maybe? Ertai too slow? Ertai blows up their best creature and trades with their second best creature. I don't think that that's worse than Bankbuster or Make Disappear. Also, I don't think we're supposed to cut Ertai if we're ever playing Sol'kanar. Do we really think Bankbuster's better than Make Disappear against aggro? Is that, like, remotely true? I'm going to assume that I'd probably rather play a split. I wouldn't be surprised if they side in Jaya. I wouldn't expect them to, but I also think, like, I like Arlen. I think Arlen's a pretty good card. All right. 2-drop, 4-drop, 5-drop. That's a curve. It's not a curve. Also, we're going to have to play a pain land, which isn't great. Yeah, I don't think that I want to draw 2 Bankbusters. I agree. Iconoclast. Yeah, it's a good card. No, Fable on 3. That's a curve. That's a curve. I am probably supposed to kill the Stormseeker. That seems like the best card on their board. I do like that the Abrade cost 1 less life than Infernal Grasp in this position. Ooh, is Corpse Appraiser better than Fable of the Mirror Breaker? You know, it might be. I think it is. My rationale here is it's better if they play anything other than a 4-drop, in the sense that it prevents Pack Leader from attacking at all. Cut down. Alright. Or the 5th land. I think I'd rather hold up Cut Down plus Fable, probably. Yeah, so Stormseeker means... Oh, they do attack with Pack Leader. Huh. Okay. Well, this is why it was better to play Fable. Do we go to 4 playing Fable, holding up Cut Down against the Stormseeker, or do we just play Sheoldred? I think that it's safer to just play Sheoldred. Alright, what you got for me, opponent? Squee. That seems like I should be fine. Well, not against Shock. Oh! I think we just won. I love the part of the game where we just win. That's my favorite part of the game. Alright, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Sheoldred, Synergy! Set a stop in the opponent's main phase so I can cut down the Reckless Stormseeker. Yeah, probably still just supposed to hit the Reckless Stormseeker here. Cool, 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 cool. Love gaining life. Love drawing cards. Ertai seems pretty good here. Opponent seems pretty concede here. Whee! 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 We're not really losing. Wait, have we dropped literally a game yet? Or have we 2-0'd every single match so far? I kind of need to know. I kind of need to see. I want to know. We have in fact gone 5-0, 2-0 every single time thus far. Cool, 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 cool. We seem to have made a not terrible deck, is the conclusion I am willing to draw from the given information. Okay, this is mildly painful, but okay, okay. We get to hold up Flame Blessed Bolt or Shivan Reef off our, or Spell Pierce off our turn 1 Shivan Reef. Okay. You accidentally built one of the 3 best decks in the format, almost card for card, and played it in Platinum. No, don't say it like that. Is this really a deck people are already playing this many counterspells in? I knew people were playing, like, some variation of Grixis, but the Evelyns are new, right? I haven't seen many people playing the Evelyn version. How's Ertai look so far? Actually relatively impressive. It's very flexible, and I think that the ability for it to crew Bankbuster goes a long way towards making Bankbuster more appealing. That was a huge mistake. I was supposed to play Bloodtithe Harvester there in case the opponent played Fable. I kind of autopiloted, but that's okay. So that's not actually true. The fact that I had Flame Blessed Bolt did make it okay to tap out for Bankbuster there. I don't know if that made it correct to tap out for Bankbuster there, but it made it okay to do so. I don't really care about Old Rutstein attacking me. I think I just want to start drawing cards with Bankbuster and passing. I do kind of hate that this is just gonna keep hitting lands. That's awful. So opponent's on Reanimator. almost certainly is why they would be playing Rutstein. And it's very, very good if it just keeps hitting treasure for them. I want them to play the 5-mana Saga here so that I can Spell Pierce it, plus still Reckoner Bankbuster. Teachings of the Kirin. Okay, don't care about that card. I get that people want to play this card because, like, it makes Invoke Despair worse, but, like, the part where it's not a good card makes that, like, less good. Because then, like, you still have to deal with having that card in your deck the percentage of time where they don't draw Invoke Despair. Would you play Scorching Dragonfire over Flame Blessed Bolt if it was legal? Nah, because Flame Blessed Bolt being able to hit the targets that I want it to for less mana, I think is a pretty big deal. I kind of wonder if I want to play Bloodtithe Harvester here, but I don't think I do. I think I just want to be able to play counterspells while drawing with Reckoner Bankbuster this turn. Obnixilis? What? Why? I guess it's got the same logic as Teachings of the Kirin in, like, oh, it totally stops your opponent from having good Invoke Despairs by you putting bad cards in your deck so that you don't get invoked for good cards? Why? 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 Why play bad cards, though? Yeah, I guess I should probably just kill the 2/2. What am I going to do with a Flame Blessed Bolt otherwise? If my opponent's playing Obnixilis and Mill, they're supposed to be playing Tenacious Underdog, which incentivizes me to hold the Flame Blessed Bolt. So now I think we play Bloodtithe Harvester, holding up Reckoner Bankbuster activation plus some combination of Spell Pierce, Flame Blessed Bolts, whatever we want. And we have the 4/4 block that prevents the opponent from attacking in a convenient way. Oh god, so many treasures. They play one Squee over Underdog. I'm not sure that I'm willing to believe that. Let's Spell Pierce to kill 2 treasures. And then we're going to Spell Pierce to kill 2 treasures. Well, no, to counter Unleash. That's better than killing treasures, actually. Cool. What do you do? Stuff, I guess? Is that worth Flame Blessed Bolting? I don't know. I'm going to be mana efficient, though. What matchups do you bring the Sol'kanars in? Currently, the anticipation is that we bring them in against aggro. But to be completely honest, we threw this deck together about an hour and a half ago, and the sideboard is made up. Teachings of the Kirin is the 2-drop over Underdog because stats. See, that implies that people who play Magic know what they're doing, and therefore the stats have any meaning at all. But I would say that the statistics in Magic generally have less meaning than something that has no meaning. Let's just use the Pain Lands. All good, all good, all good. That's a lot of meaning? No, that's less than nothing. Sheoldred's been good, yeah. It is still a legendary, though, so I don't necessarily know if I'd want more than 2 against aggro. Spider. Alright, well, here comes the Titan of Industry. Still, we can counter the cruelty, thanks to the beautiful card Make Disappear. I believe that I am supposed to begin getting the second Bankbuster closer to complete so that I can have 4 mana worth of mana sink next turn instead of being limited to 2 mana worth of mana sink next turn. 3 Bankbusters! Oh boy. We can go and draw so many cards. This is so dumb. I can currently animate... Oh, wait, hold on. I can't animate 2 Bankbusters and activate all 3 Bankbusters. I can only animate 1 Bankbuster and activate all 3 Bankbusters, or activate only 2 Bankbusters and animate 2 Bankbusters. So, opponent having more Cruelty of Gixes would be annoying right now. Although we have the capacity to draw into counterspells to answer Cruelty. Okay, I suppose I should clarify. We can't crew and block with 2 Bankbusters while activating all 3 Bankbusters. Specifically because this Bankbuster is summoning 6, so if I activate it, or if I crew it, then I can't activate it. Come on, Counterspell. Come on, Counterspell. Literally any of the Counterspells. All of them are good. Spell Pierce would be preferable, because it's slightly better in this spot. I could activate a Blood token here, looking for specifically the 0 copies of Spell Pierce that are in our deck. So we're going to go with not doing that. Alright, so we're going to have to deal with a 7/7 that blows up one of our Bankbusters. A 7/7 is moderately annoying. Best case scenario, they Cruelty for 1. They don't. Dang it. I hate when players play Cruelty correctly by just going for the 3rd chapter. It makes my life so much harder. So now they get to attack with the 2/2 and put me to 12. And they get a shield counter on the Titan. And the Titan's got Trample. How deeply inconvenient in so many ways. 5 mana Sorcery Reanimation is good enough. It is not good enough to be a generic card in your deck, but 5 mana Hypermodal, sometimes Reanimate, sometimes Card Advantage, Disruption into Reanimate, that flexibility is good enough. Jeez. Okay, what are we doing? Blood finds us. Evelyn? Evelyn, okay. Is that good enough to play? I mean, hypothetically, my opponent's cards should be good, right? They bothered to put them in their deck. Aside from all the bad ones that they've already gotten out of the way, I mean, specifically. Okay. Okay, okay. New game plan is Evelyn. Opponent continues to mill lands with Old Rutstein. That's kind of just amazing for them, isn't it? Alright, so we are gonna... Evelyn hoping to find a Make Disappear to kill the Titan. No, an Otawara, which is not helpful at all. Okay. Negate, too late to matter. Well, I think I mostly have to not take this damage, which means we're losing the Evelyn. Now we would like to find a removal spell for Titan. Unlicensed Hearse makes Corpse Appraiser bad. But it does crew Bankbuster, and that's something. Is there any way we can trick the opponent into activating Unlicensed Hearse before Corpse Appraiser resolves? Not really. How do we stay alive here? It's gonna be kind of tricky. Might not even be possible a little bit. I'm kind of insulted that this is the first thing we're gonna lose to. Okay, those are really bad attacks. So you're telling me there's a chance. We're 2 damage short of killing both Titan of Industries. Is Disdainful Stroke a card you can main deck 1 and 2 of in this meta? No, not really over Negate. Disdainful Stroke not hitting 3-drops when 3-drops are the most relevant cards in Standard right now kind of makes it not a viable use of that spot in your mana to me. Alright, going to 5. Have to negate that. Unlicensed Hearse is still a 10/10, which is kind of annoying. 2 lands going away. More Corpse Appraisers that don't do anything is fine. Definitely totally fine. Force the opponent to exile their own Titan of Industry, I guess. This matchup is okay for us up until the part where Titan of Industry is an extremely good card that is hard for these kind of mid-range decks to beat. It's one of the reasons that I think that Jund Reanimator has, like, a niche at all. That's troublesome. Okay. The fact that this old Rutstein has given them like 15 mana over the course of this game has been kind of absurd. If it gave them like literally anything else, we would be fine. Can we avoid dying this turn? I'm not sure. Yeah, the last couple of turns have been turns in which the opponent animating the unlicensed hearse and attacking with their team would have been very, very, very powerful. See, look at all those blood tokens they could have found earlier. Alright, Titan of Industry makes a 4/4, blows up Fable, and chooses to put a shield counter on Titan instead. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I guess I understand the logic of I would have to block a bunch of Titans anyway. Yeah, life here is pretty hard. Not necessarily my favorite. Blocks like so, lose everything. Blocks like so, lose everything. Have to top deck Evelyn and then hit some really weird runners. Land is not a good start. Into land is not a good start. Unfortunately, we did not have the opponent's ability to mill every single land that we were going to draw that game. Alas. Let's see. Let's see. We do actually need to be aggressive against the opponent here. Since they aren't playing good early cards, I think we can kill the Flame-Blessed Bolts. We can play Sheoldred. I'm uncertain whether we are better off playing Sorin's, Duresses, or Sol'kanars as far as cards that have the capacity to be aggressive go. How do Spell Pierce and Negate look? Pretty reasonable. Sol'kanar being sorcery speed is still kind of heinous. I don't think that's supposed to be my plan. I think we're on 2 Duress. I do kind of want to play Sorin. Nah, don't think so. Opponent's game plan of having the card Titan of Industry in their deck did do a lot. Titan of Industry is a very, very good Magic card. Okay. Bloodtithe Harvester, Corpse Appraiser is sort of a game plan. Corpse is bad versus hers. Yeah, but the fail case is that you still are playing a 3/3 that attacks. So, like, it's not that bad versus hers. It only becomes invalid if they spend their turn playing a hearse, which, like, if they don't board out hearse because I have Corpse Appraiser in my deck, I think that's a victory to me. Oh no, Teachings of the Kirin. Oh, they do have Fable in their deck. Oh, look at that. It's a bummer that they didn't mill a creature for my Corpse Appraiser, but here we are. Like, I'm pretty sure Corpse Appraiser is still just excellent considering they're a Reanimator deck, and forcing them to exile their own reanimation targets is probably just generally a good thing. No blocks. Only take damage, and then attack. Oh no, it's Obnixilis, the adversary! Wow, I almost care about that at all. Damage, sure. Deal. May discard cards. I'll discard Infernal Grasp, why not? Do I discard Ertai? I probably discard Ertai so that I can Corpse Appraiser it. Lands is cool. I guess I was probably still going to be able to Corpse Appraiser post-combat. No, because they could block the Goblin Shaman here, potentially. In which case I wouldn't have put a creature in the graveyard for the Corpse Appraiser. Yeah, that's fine. Oh no, my Bloodtithe Harvester! He's dead! I am sad. Corpse Appraiser. We take some damage. I am successfully doing more damage to my face than I am to theirs. I think I'd rather give them the option to reanimate Bloodtithe Harvester at some point in the future than an Ertai. And I guess we're going to take a land here. Not that this is the correct land if I want a Bloodtithe Harvester. Do I want a Bloodtithe Harvester? I believe I want a Bloodtithe Harvester. Negate is for later turns. Aggro is for now. Alright, so we are successfully being painful. I didn't really think about what land I took with Corpse Appraiser. I don't know if I had an option there to let me play Bloodtithe Harvester without pain, but if I did, that was probably more correct. More Obnixiluses. Okay. That's cool. Again, still relatively certain that I don't care about these Obnixiluses.
Oh, I have a job for you. Go ahead. Plead for mercy.
We'll discard the island here. Make Disappear is pretty good. Let's see. Probably supposed to kill an Obnixilus. If they want to kill my Reflection, I think I'm fine with that. Ob is just there to buy opponent time to cast Titan. I agree that that's what it's there for. I think it's awful at doing that. Okay, they kill Harvester and Goblin Shaman, leaving us Reflection Corpse Appraiser, which I adore. Have I already played a land this turn? I don't think so. Do I want to play Xander's Lounge as my land? I've got Reflection Corpse Appraiser. Yes. Yes, I do want to do that. I have mana sinks for the foreseeable future. I'm going to take 2 damage. Deal. I'm going to take 2 damage. Deal. Is there a flavor reason for Obnixilis making so many clones? No, I don't think so. I think there's like nothing about Obnixilis making any kind of copies in the lore, other than Obnixilis, I think, sort of takes over the Grixis guild. Kind of. Not interested in letting that resolve. Do I care about that resolving? Not really. Okay, so here's an interesting question. If I sorcery speed, animate this Corpse Appraiser, I get to kill an Ob, which feels like probably a good idea. But if I do it on my instep, I don't kill an Ob, which costs 2 life, but I have a Corpse Appraiser token on my opponent's turn to sacrifice to make Disappear, which doesn't really matter because everything they can play that I care about countering costs 5 mana or more, so no actual benefit there. So let's just kill an Ob. But it was worth thinking about. I do like the idea of Bloodtithe Harvester. That does sound like a good card for me right now. Alright, kill an Ob, kill an Ob. Yeah, so if they have a 2 damage removal spell, they're wanting to block the original and then use the 2 damage removal spell on the original. So I should send the original at the less valuable target, which is the non-copy of Nixilis. Yes, so these attacks are correct.
This isn't over.
And we play Bloodtithe Harvester. I believe at this point that I probably want to loot away the Xander's Lounge rather than play it. Got a treasure to give me my 6th mana eventually. So I think we're looting the Xander's Lounge to a blood token. I am going to not prevent the damage loss.
Punishment is my entertainment.
Meathook Massacre, X equals 3. Yowzers. I'm about to loot away with blood anyway. Is it worth using the treasure to gain a life here? And then loot with the blood token with the 1 remaining mana? Versus having 6 mana on a future turn, no loot this turn. I believe that it is best to do it this way. Four blood can kill a Titan, but Titan also just kills Kiki, and so we're kind of in trouble already if we hit that point in the game. Quench is good. Now we can answer Titans, which I like. Bankbuster, I dig. Playing land, I dig, so that now we can go Bankbuster and loot. Combat. Attack the opponent's face. Attack the opponent's ob. Alright. Now, next turn, we're firing up for 10 damage attack, minus a block. Opponent gains a life off Riveteer's Overlook. We have Make Disappear. I like where this is going. Draw a card. Corpse Appraiser. Do we loot away the Corpse Appraiser so that we can hit the Corpse Appraiser with the Corpse Appraiser clone? Is where I'm at. I think the answer to that is actually yes. I think that is worthwhile. More Bankbuster. That's cool. Okay. Now we Corpse Appraiser. Exiling Corpse Appraiser. Finding an Evelyn? Spell Pierce has now outlived its usefulness. Evelyn does seem kind of cool eventually. Which raises some interesting questions about what we're doing this turn. Because if I want to play Evelyn rather than activate Bankbuster, I'm supposed to crew Bankbuster and attack with Bankbuster. I don't think that's what I'm supposed to do, though. So I think I attack with the squad. They chump block. And then I think I play the other Bankbuster. And just set up for double activate Bankbuster. Or Make Disappear plus activate Bankbuster. Meathook Massacre X equals 2. Okay. So I sacrifice Bloodtithe Harvester then. That does feel like the correct thing to do in this position. Which turns on our Corpse Appraiser, which attacks for 8, which means we need to top deck a way to crew Bankbuster for lethal. That's a way to crew Bankbuster. That seems like lethal to me. also a way to crew Bankbuster, which seems like more lethal to me. I don't know if this one's actually correct to play, but I'm going to do it, just in case. Actually, wait. No, did I have that wrong? 1, 2, 4, 8. Oh, no, yeah. Okay, the first creature was lethal because we got to crew Bankbuster with the original Corpse Appraiser and with the Bloodtithe and then swing for 3. 4 plus 3. Lethal. Yeah. All right, be right back. Just tuned in on my way to bed. Have we figured out how to make counterspells work? So far, this has been very, very, very good. So, yeah. We are, what, 11-1 in games right now, having finally taken our first loss to 3 to 4 copies of Titan of Industry resolving against us, which, understandably, I don't think we're the most well-suited to beat. I am still desperate to know if I'm supposed to actually be playing Soaring here. Sheoldred. I am what one might refer to as frequently mistaken, but never... What, immoral? I don't know. Is drawing cards, even when drawing cards is wrong, like taking the moral high ground? I don't know. This seems fine. We'll top deck Fable by turn 3, and that'll make it great. Let's go, land. Meow. Meow. I wonder if I'm supposed to play Shivan Reef to Spell Pierce Teachings, except that I don't think Teachings is good, so I suppose I'm not supposed to use a counterspell on that. Are we considering this to not be control? I mean, it's not. Oh, hey, cool. Fable of the Mirror Breaker for turn 3. I'm glad that was never in doubt. Yeah? Oh, hey, cool. The opponent didn't play Fable on 3. And also that means they're missing their land drop? No, it means they have a tapped land. Ha 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 ha. That's a lot of Titan of Industries, which might be concerning. Be a good time to find Corpse thingy. Corpse McEater Man? Think any deck in this standard is currently considered mid-range? Yeah. Trying to build a deck that doesn't get called mid-range right now is actually pretty difficult. Oh, dear. Soul of Windgrace. Oh, shoot. My opponent's playing good cards now. Opponent, couldn't you have just kept playing bad cards forever? Oh, dear. Oh, my. well, how about we draw another Bloodtithe Harvester so that we can exile this Soul of Windgrace. I guess I can Infernal Grasp it. It's legal. Okay. Well, you know what? This is completely functional. We get to have a Bankbuster to block to protect our life total, and attacking with the 2/2 holds up Spell Pierce for when the opponent tries to reanimate their Titan this turn. This is a combination of effects that are all functional. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Okay, that resolves. Unfortunately, this means next turn they can reanimate, and I can't do anything about it. What would you like to put the counter on, opponent? Understandable. Otawara. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Am I supposed to Otawara the 2/2 depending on how this plays out? To deny them potentially their 7th land? If they don't get Titan this turn... Alright, so the 7th land, which makes the Goblin Shaman attacking not relevant. They put us down to 2 this turn. I could fire up Sokenzan. I could Otawara the 2/2. Which I suppose I should have done before now if that was the plan. And fire up Bankbuster, block the Kieran. Mostly just lose no matter what if the opponent has Titan. Alternatives, go to 2. Draw into Quench. Kind of think draw into Quench is the game plan here. Because I think it's just too likely they have Titan otherwise. Mead Hook for 2. Well, that was another out. Okay, so... I can Otawara one thing and then die. That's not acceptable. Land doesn't get there. Spell Pierce doesn't get there. So blood token discarding land, looking for make disappear. Failing to find anything, so we die. I don't think Meat Hook Massacre is a card that should be an against me after board. Like, that's something they should cut. What's going on? Was there some effect that exiled everything? Oh, I suppose we could Otawara the Meat Hook in response to the trigger. Does this actually return enchantments? It does. Oh. Yeah, that actually would have stayed alive. You correct. That was the correct move. That was the correct move. I missed it. Well, bummer. I do think that it's not unlikely in the end that we lose to most Titan of Industry decks, but I do think that that was kind of an embarrassing way to lose to a Titan of Industry deck. Oh, the opponent was ordering the Meat Hook triggers. Got it. That's what the weird delay was. So on the one hand, I'm ultimately not that surprised because I do think that's a bad matchup. And I think game one is indicative of the ways in which that is a bad matchup. But I do not think that is the right way for that deck to be built. We will take the play. We will be happy that we are on the play. We will keep a hand, and we will play our spells. Bankbuster on 2 specifically makes these pain lands a lot less sad. Alright, opponent has a Bloodtithe Harvester. It's fine by me. So I think I'm supposed to Flame Blessed Bolt this Bloodtithe Harvester, because if they do Fable, I'm going to negate it, and if they do something other than Fable, I'm probably just going to draw with the Bankbuster. Yeah, like Graveyard Trespasser. That's something that I wasn't going to do anything about anyway. Drawing cards. Corpse Appraiser. Well, this is kind of awkward. Do we let the corpse, or do we let the Graveyard Trespasser flip? I'm going to assume the answer to that is probably supposed to be yes. The alternative is just like killing it with Ertai while discarding a card and they draw a card. And that seems pretty terrible. Alternatively, play Corpse Appraiser, hold up Reckoner Bankbuster. That also seems kind of terrible. So, alright. Graveyard Trespasser continues to be a pretty fine Magic card. We can eventually just keep drawing cards with Bankbuster and then trade with the Glutton with the Bankbuster, which is probably about as reasonable as it gets. I have no desire to let Fable of the Mirror Breaker resolve. So that will be getting negated while we draw a card. Yeah, more Bankbusters, sure. How much do we care about holding up Ertai here? Our opponent's probably on a deck where they are going to slam the 5-drop next turn. If I Ertai to counter it, then I get to Corpse Appraiser plus Bankbuster on my turn. I think I like holding up Ertai here. Oh, the entire point of building this Counterspell deck was we thought it was one of the only decks that was actually decent on the draw. And I think that holds up. Is that I think this deck is better on the draw than every other deck I've played so far. Alright. Glutton continues to chunk away at our life total, and the opponent does nothing. Which does mean we get to finish off Bankbuster and have a 1-1 that can crew the Bankbuster. Although... Oh, I could have activated that Bankbuster and still Ertai countered a 5-drop. Dang. I missed that. Does that mean I kill the Glutton so that I can Corpse Appraiser next turn then? It's not, like, ideal. I don't think that's what I want to do. Alright, opponent. So what nonsense is happening on the end of my turn? Cut down on the 3-2. Okay. If the opponent attacks with Glutton now, do I have to Ertai because I can't afford to take this 4 damage? Not really optimal, but probably correct. Yeah, they can counter the Ertai? Yeah. No, I mean, that's good. But now the Ertai's in the graveyard for the Corpse Appraiser, so that's something. Wow. The opponent actually found room to play Graveyard Glutton and Corpse Appraiser in their list. Presumably that means they're not playing Evelyn, which should give us the better top end for the Mire in post-board games. Or immediately. Alright. Evelyn not being able to crew Reckoner Bankbuster kinda sucks a lot. Still, I don't want to let this Trespasser flip. Ertai, but with no immediate use. So we are going down to 5. We're going down to 1 if they have a removal spell. Is it better to play the Corpse Appraiser for no value? Or to draw a card with the Bankbuster? Corpse Appraiser gives us... I think I'm supposed to play the no value Corpse Appraiser. Just to represent crewing the Bankbuster. Wait, does this? Oh! I thought the ETB was also once per turn. I didn't realize you could do the ETB multiple times a turn. Interesting. So we have our Ertai and their Bloodtithe Harvester. Okay. So we go to 4. Wow, they are really trying to play Corpse Appraiser plus Invoke Despair in the same deck, huh? That, I don't think, is terribly functional. So if they have a removal spell for Evelyn, they don't. Okay. Alright, our position here is tenable. No, don't play that land. Play the Bloodtithe Harvester. Don't make that mistake, me. We exiled a land from them and an Evelyn from us. So they can hypothetically have up to 3 attackers this turn. But we have an Ertai who can also crew. Okay, opponent just firing off Bankbuster. Don't hate that. Alright, good signs here. Opposing Corpse Appraiser. They are likely to target our Corpse Appraiser, in which case we get to Takenuma it. They have no creatures they can target. I'm going to go with, okay, that's fine by me. We return the Corpse Appraiser, fizzle the Corpse Appraiser trigger. No creatures in the yard for Trespasser to even do anything with on attack. Does mean that we're not Ertaiing this turn, but that's fine because we get to draw a card anyway. Do I use the blood token here to loot away the lounge? I don't believe that's necessary, because we have the Shivan Reef already, and Swamp is a better Shivan Reef. Let's start with Corpse Appraiser, because I want to know if I'm playing a land or not from the side. We hit Fable, Reckoner Bankbuster. If I play Fable, we go down to 3 mana, which isn't really desirable. If I play Bankbuster, we're at 4. 4 still lets us hold up Ertai. But if I hold up 6, then we're activating Bankbuster plus Ertai, and I think I prefer to activate plus play Ertai, so we play a land. Yeah, so we play a land. Okay, pass the turn. We're very, very, very close to dead to Invoke Despair, so the Ertai being able to counter that is currently a pretty big deal. Swamp is a better Shivan Reef in that it doesn't cost life. And all of these Pain lands tap for any color of mana as long as we use our second hand instead of our first hand. But I don't know. Pain lands aren't very good when you're at 3 life, I feel like. Meathook Massacre for X equals 3. It mostly sucks. So, I could Flame Blessed Bolt the Corpse Appraiser here. And if I do, we go to 1. Is that a remotely comfortable position to be in? They could crew the Bankbuster and then cut down their own Bankbuster, but I could always Ertai the Bankbuster at that point. Or I could Ertai the cut down. I don't know if this is correct, but I kind of value it over using up the Ertai that I need to survive if they have an Invoke Despair. Okay. Good ol' not dead. Voltage Surge. Yeah, bummer. Alright, well, that does require me to use up the Ertai. Oh, no it doesn't. Because I can just play the other Evelyn in response. Alright, yeah. I mean, I'm not drawing a card off the Bankbuster either way, so why not? Opponent gains a life? That's fine by me. We're gonna keep this one, get 2 Evelyn triggers, look at all those cards we're drawing. Oh, I didn't realize this also lets us cast another spell off of this. Oh, hey, cool, a Negate. That seems good. Alright, so I do have to now be cautious of Graveyard Trespasser is kind of annoying. Countering my opponent's spells seems like a good deal. So, doot, doot, doot. Corpse Appraiser. Should have gone with the Corpse Appraiser from hand first, so that if this Corpse Appraiser Evelyn'd into a Trespasser, we could play it. That was a mistake. Make Disappear is a good card to have in hand. Play a land drop. Play another Corpse Appraiser. Still have up Make Disappear? No. Incorrect. Would prefer to hold up Ertai plus Make Disappear. Better. So it actually was better to have played the Corpse Appraiser from exit. Well, no, because I could have gone a land, I suppose. Ooh, I forgot about the fact that the Reckless Bankbuster gives them a Pilot token that they can sacrifice. That's no good. Alright, Corpse Appraiser is moderately annoying. Do we have any way around that? Am I supposed to make disappear that? Make disappear doesn't even counter it. I need to find a way to gain life. Which presumably do exist in my deck or the opponent's deck. So I could make disappear, sacking Bankbuster, and then make disappear again. But if they have cut down, I lose. If I Ertai, I can't have no counterspells. I think I actually have to let this Corpse Appraiser resolve. I wonder if it was a mistake to activate the Bankbuster. Harvester is pretty scary. Okay, no, so that we're definitely make disappearing. That represents sacking next turn. They make disappear, sacking their 1/1 to counter, I can't tell what, but I have to Ertai. Counter the Meat Hook Massacre trigger. I would like to not lose a life, thank you. The make disappear, they cast countering their original spell, so they do successfully counter their own spell with the make disappear. They probably should have waited to counter my make disappear so their creature actually would have resolved. That probably would have been better for them. Alright, let's sack you this blood token, discarding Shivan Reef. Trying desperately to find anything that gains life. More Corpse Appraisers. Very well. Alright. Corpse Appraiser from hand. Exiling the opponent's Corpse Appraiser, because why not? Infernal Grasp is not helpful. Sheoldred! Yay! We did it, team! We did it! Untap land, why not? From hand, I don't know. Draw a card. Gain life up to 3. Woo! Woo! Oh, you better believe that I was staring at that auto tapper, making desperately sure it was not going to try to kill me. I can't believe we just won a game by using Ertai to counter my opponent's singular meat hook trigger for lethal. Let it never be said that I don't do my best to entertain y'all. Alright, what are we doing here? This has to be a position where duress is pretty good. Otherwise, I don't know, I kind of feel like all of our cards here are good. What are we supposed to cut when every card is reasonable? Like a Sheoldred? And Sheoldred's very good when you're at 1 life and need to gain life, and that's your opponent's only out while you have 40 cards in hand. Yeah, I don't know. I want these duresses, but I have no idea what I'm supposed to cut for them. I can probably trim a Flame Blessed Bolt, given that the opponent doesn't appear to be playing too many copies of Tenacious Underdog. Corpse Appraiser is potentially not at its best against a deck that the opponent has Corpse Appraiser and... whatchamacname it? 3/3 McLad? I wonder if this is a matchup where Sol'kanar is actually better than Evelyn. I'd almost be willing to believe that. No, against Invoke Despair, that can't possibly be right. I mean, there's no way Infernal Grasp is actually that good, right? I don't know. When you're at a massive advantage but can easily lose to a random meat hook trigger / trespasser. Yeah, no kidding, right? I wish that didn't feel as common as it did. We're going to keep this hand because it has Fable of the Mirebreaker on turn 3, and that sounds pretty decent. It's a bummer that I can't cast this Duress on turn 1. I wish this Shipwreck Marsh was untapped. Sulfurous Springs is kind of like an untapped Shipwreck Marsh. Am I willing to pay 2 life to resolve Duress this turn? I think I am. I think I am willing to do that. Wow, that was so incredibly correct. I just get to take their Reckoner Bankbuster. And then still have a counterspell for their turn 3 if they find red mana to play the Fable of the Mirebreaker. Would we rather make disappear this or negate this before we resolve our Fable of the Mirebreaker and win the game? I'm going to go with probably negate. I was expecting to get to resolve my Fable of the Mirebreaker before we won the game, but failing that, I will accept it. This was the next best thing. Opponent just knows that I always have the turn 3 Fable. I gotta say, I know we spent an hour and a half talking about this, so there was like a pretty rational reason that all of my decisions kind of made sense, but I feel like we are winning more games to this mana base being reasonable than anything else. Like, yeah, the Evelyns have been good and cool, and the Vampire Synergy package working with Fable has been solid, and Reckoner Bankbuster has actually played pretty well with the 11 creature package that crews it that we're working with, but all of that were choices that were made not because they were the strongest possible options in our color, but because they were the strongest possible options that didn't add a cost to the deck building mana base that caused our lands to come into play tapped on turn 2. Like, that's such a string of interconnected things leading to a very small difference on a single turn. And so many of the games that we have been winning on the draw come down entirely to that one difference that I really love how vindicating it feels for that hour and a half we spent figuring out the mana base. It's very satisfying, highly cathartic. Deck is feeling deeply reasonable. I gotta say, I do want to do Esper at some point, but I'm really gonna miss having mana bases that allow me to play Flame Blessed Bolt, because I think Esper has to play like Cut Down, and I'm not as excited about that. Would you say it's more of a Cathartic Pyre, Cathartic Reunion, or Brutal Cathar? This is not a good hand, but we'll keep it because it has Fable on turn 3. Infernal Grasp is better against green decks than it would have been against anything else. Yeah, you also can't run Fable and Esper, and that is a downside. This is true. I'm thinking probably a Cathartic Reunion, yes. So let's see. They're going to crew up the Bankbuster and attack when this Investigate resolves, so I'm going to take 2 damage so that I do not take 4 damage. To me, this feels like a good plan. Wedding is pretty close to Fable. That's true. It's close. But it does a much worse job of giving you extra mana to hold up counterspells with. Are you really going to do 4 damage to not be able to block my 2/2 opponent? Opponent has absolutely 0 respect for the Goblin Shaman. Dear me. I don't even know how. What am I supposed to do to put the fear in him? Do I play Evelyn this turn, or do I just develop more Fable tokens? I don't know if playing Fable over Evelyn is correct, but I do feel like this is the best way to put the appropriate fear of Fable into our opponent's heart. I consider this to be an educational endeavor at this point. Our opponent's going to attack with a Cemetery Prowler, and then in response to the trigger so that they... Actually, wait. Do I get to know? Oh, no, I don't get to know what they're going to exile. Alright. Well, they've already gotten an instant, right? So I guess I should let them actually choose the card before I kill the Prowler. It was important to me that I let the Prowler attack so that they don't get to attack with a Bankbuster. And it's also important to me that they don't get to discount their creatures. Cool. Alright, we win. Winning feels nice. Don't really need the extra lands. Attacking with shamans. Opponent can draw cards if they want. I'm gonna start doing Evelyn things, and that's pretty good. What made Bankbuster so good in the Standard meta? I don't really watch / play Standard. So one is that Bankbuster is generally just pretty good at giving you mana sinks if you're trying to hold up 2-mana counterspells. And having valuable mana sinks alongside that just is good. The other is that the stats on it being a 4/4 are pretty good at blocking the metagame that is predominantly 3-power creatures. And the other reason is that, speaking of a meta filled with predominantly 3-power creatures, we get to play a lot of good 3-power creatures in this deck that crew it well. So when you are playing 3-power creature Mires, the 4/4 vehicle that crews 3 is pretty reasonably statted, is the overall lesson to take away there. Hey, look at Evelyn. Blocking 4/4's pretty good. Llanowar Loam Speaker? Is that some kind of mana dork thing? I don't really care what it is. It's not Corpse Appraiser. Corpse Appraiser, drawing cards, triggering Evelyn. Exiling Cemetery Prowler. Evelyn hits Bankbuster and Stormcarved Coast. Corpse Appraiser hits Bankbuster. I don't really want to play a Bankbuster. Well, I'll put Negate in hand. Why not? Seems useful eventually. Player land drop. Go to combat. Swing with 2/2s. I guess we can copy Corpse Appraiser. At some point. I could also copy the Bloodtithe Harvester here, still hold up Ertai, and kill the Ulvenwald Oddity. That's probably a better idea, given that they could hypothetically transform the Ulvenwald Oddity next turn. Trigger Evelyn more times. Sounds like fun times. Do-do, 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 do-do-do. Now we find out all the things that we hit with Evelyn. Alright, so I have a bunch of Mana Dorks, a bunch of lands, a Reckoner Bankbuster, a Spell Pierce on my opponent's turn. All of this sounds like fun. Do-do-do, 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 do-do. Defiler of Vigor. Kinda seems like a card that would be good if our opponent had it resolve. It's almost like having a bunch of mana's very good or something. Now, if there's a lesson to take away from that, it's that you shouldn't just completely ignore Fable of the Mirrorbreaker tokens forever. Now, if I were the opponent, I don't know. If I were the opponent, I would already have known that. But hopefully we have made the opponent a better player now. That's the goal here, right? Mono green. So the big idea behind these new mono green decks is basically that they want to put a creature in the graveyard to exile with Cemetery Prowler on turn 3. So that on turn 4, they get to have a discounted Defiler that only costs 4 mana. So they play the Defiler. Then all of their creature cards in hand that are 2-drops get their cost reduced by 1 generic because of the Cemetery Prowler and 1 green because of the Defiler. So they just vomit their hand of every single 2-drop all at once and have a giant, super hyper stacked board. Which, you know, like, that's pretty good if it works. That said, one of the flaws there is that we do not necessarily have a lot of removal spells that are very good against Cemetery Prowler, which is a reasonable thing for them to have identified in this metagame. Do you like syruped sparkling water or straight sparkling water better? I don't know what syruped sparkling water is. Sounds kind of pipe dreamy. It's not that unreasonable. Other than the main flaw is that they kind of have a difficult time finding a way to put a creature into a graveyard by turn 3, in my opinion. Sheoldred seems pretty reasonable. Cutdown isn't actually that good against most of their stuff, and neither is a Braid. So we're not actually, like, super well-positioned sideboard-wise here. Realistically, I'd want to be bringing in 2 more Infernal Grasps, but I can't really do that. So I guess I like... I don't know, let's bring in 3 Sol'kanars, apparently? I thought I just needed 2 more cards. I don't know. Syruped sparkling water is soda. Okay. Yeah, I don't like soda very much. Not that I dislike it, I just try to make a habit of not drinking it. Syrup is like the 1 liters that you drink that still have a sweetener. I mean, I mostly just drink flavored waters so that I'm not drinking pure water. Because for some reason, pure water seems to give me heartburn somewhat more frequently. Don't ask me how that's the case. I don't know how it's the case, but it feels like it's the case. People use the syrups that are put into coffees and... Oh, okay. I follow you. Like an Italian soda, but without the half and half. I like those too, but it's more of like a desserty sweet treat than something that I would drink on the regular. I'd love sugar if there was something between the 40 grams of sugar and Coke and the 0 sugar and pure diet. Yeah, energy drinks have the same thing for me. There's like this weird conundrum where our opponent's missing land drops. I should stop slow rolling them and making them sad. We're not going to kill their Quarian Beastcaller because we have already figured that they kind of actively want to have things in the graveyard. I could hypothetically kill their Beastcaller and then play Corpse Appraiser, but why do that when I can play Fable instead? Fable's pretty good. Yeah, so I have that same issue with energy drinks, where it's like, either you get the stuff that doesn't have any sugar in it, but has 300 milligrams of caffeine, which is like triple what I want, or you have the stuff that has like 120 milligrams of caffeine, which is about the amount of caffeine that I ever want, but then has like 180% of your daily value of sugar. Probably because your local water is chlorinated. That's specifically a complaint I have regarding heartburn about even stuff that's bottled. I don't know that I've ever drank, or I don't know that I very regularly ever drink water without having it go through like a fridge filter at least. Just make your own iced tea, control of the variables. Yeah. I do love making tea during the winter months. It's during the summer months that brewing tea is a little much for me. This hand seems pretty reasonable on the draw. Playing against Jund, which we still have to be worried about Fable on 3, so maybe I'm not supposed to Bankbuster on 2 here. Yeah, we can Bankbuster later. Against Jund, would I rather save, make disappear, or negate? I think I'd rather save, make disappear, but that might be wrong. Alright, so counter opponent's Fable, play our Fable. Seems to be the winning recipe on the draw thus far. Oh no, it's Liliana Vivelle. I'm so sad. Whatever will I do? Let's discard land. Probably draw another land at some point. Island, delightful. Play a Bankbuster. Good times to be had by all. Each player discards a card.
We all have things we'd
I don't really see any reason to need another land. Soul of Windgrace. Does the opponent have a land in the yard? Do I have a land in the yard? Yes. Oh, well, I can't really let that Windgrace resolve, unfortunately. Do I play this land drop because I want land drops? Or do I use the land drop to discard to Lily? What the heck. I'm about to draw a bunch of cards. I don't need lands. I suppose I probably could have activated Bankbuster before that point. See what happens. Okay, cool. They Lily to kill the Kiki-Jiki. So their Lily did a grand total of 1 for 1 us. Which, to be fair, 1 for 1ing a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. That's not a terrible goal to aspire to. Oh, hey, cool. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. That's a pretty good magic card. Do we play Fable of the Mirror Breaker here? Start progressing towards transforming? Or are we actually at a point where we would rather Reckoner Bankbuster? I think possibly I'm at a point where I'd rather Reckoner Bankbuster. Start drawing a bunch of cards over the next couple of turns. Reckoner Bankbuster. And unfortunately does resolve. Opponent draws a card immediately. The timing is a little wrong, because now I actually get to draw looking for Flame Blessed Bolt to answer the underdog. I think I'd rather get this Reckoner Bankbuster activated sooner. Okay, so if they play an untapped land, they can play Titan this turn, so I wouldn't be able to Evelyn into Tenacious Underdog if they held their land drop, but because they Sorcery Speed Reckoner Bankbustered, I now have full information that I can Evelyn block Underdog. Oh, but I'm also representing crew this activate this Bankbuster, crew the other one, so they still can't attack with Underdog. In that case, since I'm not snap blocking Evelyn onto Underdog, would I rather just draw 2 cards with Bankbusters? Yeah, probably. Okay, Ertai seems like a good card to have. No land drop. Wow. Alright. Well, let's go ahead and get rid of that Titan from their graveyard while trying to hit our land drop. Don't really need to make their reanimation spells better than they already are. Ooh, Flameless Bolt is tempting, but also land drop is tempting. Tenacious Underdog's kind of getting answered by Reckoner Bankbusters anyway. Do we play Fable? We have 2 mana if we do. I actually think that I'm kind of just good at the moment. Kind of just fine. Titan of Industry? That card's so good. Anyway, we're going to counter it because it's pretty good. Opponent really can't do nothing. We're just going to sit here drawing more cards than them because that's fun. Oh, hey, look, another Corpse Appraiser. We're going to exile Titan of Industries because letting the opponents have cards in their graveyard doesn't sound like a good time to me. Oh, hey, more land drops. Radical. Let's go with Sokenzan. Sounds like a fun one. Alright, opponent, your go. Technically, I could attack with a 4/4 here. Don't really see any reason to. Why win the game when I could draw more cards instead? Titan of Industry number 3? Wow! Anyway, we're going to counter that. Opponent gets to draw a card. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, I don't necessarily have an answer for the reanimation spell at the moment. I do think that I probably want to draw a card to help make this land drop. Hey, a land drop. Cool. Alright. Well, would you look at that? We don't have a direct answer to the next Titan of Industry. I think that maybe means I actually need to start trying to kill my opponent here. Let's go ahead and crew. Let's go ahead and crew. It's awfully convenient that all of these cards that drew cards or countered cards also kill my opponent for me. I would like to kill that Reckoner Bankbuster before it can block one of my 3/3s, I think. And we do 9, 13 damage. Oh, they get a 1/1 that can block. That's so cool. I missed that part. Alright. Alright, opponent. Fair. Chump block, only take 13, go to 9. You right. So, what do we assume the opponent could have here that's remotely relevant? Board wipe? Gain 5 life? Up to 14. If we went Evelyn, That would only put me at 10 damage, so they wouldn't be dead. Still, Evelyn feels like the best thing I could possibly do here, so I think we just pass holding up Evelyn. Okay. Yeah, opponent conceding is also a very reasonable scenario. Yeah, I think the opponent was on Meat Hook or 5-mana Reanimate that gets back Titan of Industry would have been pretty good. They could have made a 4/4 and gained 5 life. That might have been their actual best option. So, Fable, Reckoner, 5-mana Reanimate is probably enough to make me want some number of Duress. But again, I think we're once again in one of those positions where I don't actually think that I can cut much. A Sheoldred against a grindy deck I'm okay with for a Duress. What else is okay to cut? I don't love Infernal Grasp, but I don't hate Infernal Grasp against the deck with Soul of Windgrace. Flame-Blessed Bolts against Tenacious Underdog feel good. They're also reasonable against Fable. Are they better than Infernal Grasp? Are they better than Duress? I don't know. This is actually a little tricky. I don't know that If I don't want 3 Flame Blessed Bolts here, where would I ever want 3 Flame Blessed Bolts? I don't know the answer to that. Huh. I don't have a good answer right now to what podcasts to listen to for, like, Standard Magic. I've listened to arena deck lists off and on. They go through time periods where they kind of don't talk about Standard if they're not into it. I don't know what they're on right now. Arena Craft stopped a little bit ago. That was probably my favorite competitive-focused podcast. I know Andrea Mengucci and some other professional Magic players started doing a podcast recently, but I don't know whether that was mainly focused on Eternal formats. I've not yet given it a listen. And outside of, like, hyper nuts and bolts competitive, no, what's even the right way to put this? I'm about to recommend Good Luck High Five, which is my favorite Magic podcast, but it is a general Magic news podcast that addresses competitive play, but doesn't usually spend as much time diving into the nitty-gritties of trying to take apart and analyze metagames. But Maria and Megan, who run that podcast, are just, like, absolutely wonderful human beings and super worth giving a listen to if you have not checked that podcast out. Actually, let's see if I can plug that. I have no idea what link. Oh, hey, cool, they have a website. Perfect. Boop, ba-doop. Let's go with this. Check out that podcast if you haven't. I am a very big fan of people who are enthusiastic and excited about Magic. And I feel like that helps me stay, like, motivated and in a positive mental space with my relationship to the game and competitive gaming as a whole. And I think that their podcast, more than anything else, is like addictively enthusiastic. And I love that. I'm a little skeptical of this hand on account of it not really doing anything. But other than that one flaw, this is pretty reasonable. What type of matchup do you play the Sol'kanars? The plan for the Sol'kanars is that they will come in against aggro decks, but we just made the deck today. I don't actually know if that's even the best thing to be doing. That's just why they are there. So Lily's at 4. I'm pretty incentivized to play Corpse Appraiser this turn so that I can just kill their Lily for free. And I think that I'm then supposed to discard my own Corpse Appraiser, so I'm guaranteed a target in case they don't discard a creature, which is the case. So their Lily was like actively a -1 for 1. So that seems pretty awful, like objectively heinous. They would have been in a better position if they had just chosen to discard their Liliana.
A delay, nothing more.
I can't say that for sure. They might be about to get value out of the discard by playing Spirit of Kitty Man, but also I discarded a land somehow. How did I Oh, I put a land in the graveyard because of Corpse Appraiser, so even that is not actually a benefit. Good luck high 5 if you just arrived. Yeah, tell you what, I'll repost the link in chat. It's a podcast so nice, I'll shill it twice. One day I'm going to make a very enjoyable dad, I think. Or at least a delightful uncle. Opponent's done nothing. So let's just hold up Make Disappear and Reckoner Bankbuster activation, I figure. Cruelty of Gix. Oh no! That doesn't do anything, but it would search for something, which doesn't sound like great, so I guess we're going to not let them do that, but let's at least draw cards first. I missed the microphone button while I was trying to sneeze, so I held back the sneeze, and then I accidentally inhaled the sneeze, and that's just the worst feeling in the world. Oh, goodness. Alright, well, let's continue holding up counterspells while we draw cards and make land drops, and that still feels like it's probably a good thing. Alright, opponent, what you got for me? How does that work? You know where you, like, need to sneeze, and you, like, have to wait, so you, like, hold the sneeze back for a second, and then you don't get the sneeze out? Basically, okay, so you know your default state, and you know how, like, satisfying it is to sneeze? Imagine that delta, but reversed. So it's not like you're returning to default, it's like you're getting the unsatisfaction of unsneezing. That's what it is. I cannot say that I could empathize with sneezing hurting, but I can sympathize with that. I do not sneeze super powerfully. So mostly it's just kind of satisfying when I do. I kind of dig just Flame Blessed bolting for tempo so that we can actually continue attacking with our Corpse Appraiser here. Unsneezing would be an interesting set. I would be behind buying a set of that to see what it would look like. Let's just keep playing Reckoner Bankbusters while continuing to counter our opponent's things. This feels like a good time. Oh, Knight of Industry. Oh no. That's like a magic card that's good. I desperately need to find an answer to that Titan of Industry. Oh boy, I successfully top-decked an answer to that Titan of Industry, opponent. Whew, you almost got me. Alright, let's go with... Oh, wait. Is this lethal? 4 plus 4 plus 3? That's probably lethal. Okay, well, let's make sure the opponent doesn't have any kind of Force of Wills in hand. No, it's just a land. Alright. Fable of the Mire Breaker. Fable of the Mire Breaker. Let's crew up some attackers for exactly lethal. Yay! I successfully did math. Whee! Ugh. Oh. Dear. Okay, yeah. Surgery making sneezing less satisfying. I can kind of understand that. Oh dear. We playing Bankbuster, the card we had 0 respect for? Yes. I do think that a large number of critical factors have come into alignment now that all of the planets are aligned. The primeval titans can be freed from their underground dwelling, and the Bankbuster's time to rise has finally occurred. Specifically, I think we have a pretty strong incentive between Bloodtithe Harvester, Corpse Appraiser, and Ertai to run and Sheoldred to run a pretty solid number of 3-drops that crew Bankbuster against aggro. And also, it kind of just fills the role pretty well to play along with all of these low-cost spells that we want to leave up mana for. If we're attempting to play a flash game plan, which we are generally attempting to play a flash game plan. And there is no better card to fill that role than Reckoner Bankbuster. And the prevalence of Wedding Announcement, Fable, and Invoke Despair means that we have a very strong reason to, on the draw, want to play a lot of 1 and 2 mana counterspells. It is also nice that it's colorless. It gives us a way to use these Infinity Pain lands. Katose in the side. But, like, what matchup would we bring in Katose against that I don't already have a game plan against that doesn't involve tapping out on 5? That's the thing. I don't know that there's any matchup what matchup do I want to cut something for Katose? Do we mind posting the deck list? This ought to work. Should you swap Soaring for Infernal Grasp? The game plan for Soaring is that it's supposed to be there so that we can bring it in against Esper. I don't know whether that's still the case. But that linked from Untapped should be the deck list as it stands. Well, this doesn't seem particularly great, but we'll keep it because it's got lands. You can tell we're doing a lot of not losing today because I've wound up in a very sing-songy mood. My opponent is mulligan to 4. I feel like that is... Oh no, sorry. Oh no, opponent. I feel like I'm accidentally just misclicked my way into being rude. I said good game after mulliganing to 4 and I wanted a good game back. Oh no. Oh no. Wedding announcement? Alright. Opponent's playing combinations of good cards in good orders. So I got that going for them. Okay, so no 4-drop to be played this turn. Tenacious Underdog. Alright, look at that. Opponent's off to the races. We have the good old turn 4 Fable of the Mire Breaker. So that's something. But we have no creature to discard to Fable to enable Corpse Appraiser with. But the 2/2 does somewhat block the 1/1s. What's my favorite musical? I don't know that I'm actually like super well versed in musicals. So beware, my tastes may be plebeian, but Hamilton and Wicked, probably the two, no, Hamilton, Wicked, and Les Miserables are like the three that I have active fondness for. What are we supposed to get rid of here? Probably the Takenuma? Don't think we're going to need more card advantage to win this game? Oh. I would like to avoid flooding out, though. It would be cool. I think I want 6 mana here so I can play and activate all of these Bankbusters. We are going to take a lot of damage this turn. Oh, we're going to take so much damage this turn. Oh, dear. Targeting the 2/2, eh? Am I supposed to Otawara using up my 2 card draws and progression towards Bankbusters resolving just to deny my opponent 2 loots and some damage? Answer to that's probably yes, considering I still think value is something that I win in this long game and I'm supposed to deny my opponent pressure. Alright, Ertai's cool. Still have no creatures in the yards. So I could Ertai, kill Rafine. Ertai getting countered would be kind of a bummer. If I swing with the 2/2 first, then play Ertai, they have to sack Underdog to counter Ertai, and then eat the 2/2, at least in which case then they bring back the Underdog. That's not the most desirable. They're debating if they want to kill the 2/2 here, huh? I don't know if I can risk this attack. I like that it lets me draw a card if it works, but I don't know that the risk of getting countered pays for that. No, we kill the Ertai, or rather the Rafine. Now that they can't counter the Ertai. Lots of cards for our opponent, though. Five Bankbusters a lot. So I could double block Bankbusters with Bankbusters. But I think what I'm supposed to do is trade off the Ertai with the Underdog. I think I want the Underdog dead so that I can Corpse Appraiser it. Gosh, my opponent has a lot of cards in hand. That's kind of absurd. How do they have that many cards in hand? Oh, they activated Bankbuster 3 times is what's happened.
Thanks. I'll be taking that now.
Destroy evil? Main deck? Okay. Sure. I guess. Golly. Alright, Corpse Appraiser. Exile Underdog. Flame Blessed Bolt's pretty useless at this point. So we could play Sheoldred into almost guaranteed to be a counterspell, or we could play nothing. I like playing nothing when I have 2 Reckoner Bankbusters. Destroy Evil was the tech, huh? Is that, like, supposed to be good against mono black somehow? Or is it to main deck for Espermirs? Are Espermirs really, like, the thing? Huh. Alright, get back Rafine. Sure. Wedding Announcement's a good card. Nothing embarrassing about killing a wedding announcement. I could attempt to double block this. Well, triple block it by crewing Bankbuster, firing up Sokenzan, and blocking. Or by crewing Bankbuster, playing Evelyn, double blocking, then my Evelyn dies, and that kind of seems like I'm behind at that point. Huh. Rafine, huh? Rafine. I think we're blocking with Corpse Appraiser, and then drawing 2 cards with Bankbuster at the end of turn. I presume opponent's down-ticking Kaido here. Wow, they want to draw cards. They don't want the unblockable creature. I guess they're trying to play around a board wipe? More Evelyns. I see. Sheoldred, because I'd like to gain more life. Harvester, because I'd like to have more blockers in a pinch. I kind of expect that they might kill Sheoldred here at the end of turn. They have White March and are considering targeting the Goblin Shaman. Decide not to. Cut down the 2/2, sure. Crewing the Bankbuster, sure. How attacks, opponent? Rafine targeting Rafine, presumably? No, targeting the Missionary. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and resolve the Rafine then. Opponent loses 3. Well, 6. Activate Bankbuster. Make a Crudad. Go up to 8. Chump block, chump block. Puts me to 6. Opponent can downtick Kaido for blockers. Sheoldred's representing more damage here. I could choose to drop to 10. Oh, this gains life, so I'm not capable of doing lethal on the backswing. I see. Opponent was, like, clever. Does that mean that I want to kill the life linker? No, I think I want to gain life. Do I want to draw with this Bankbuster if it means sacking 2 treasures? It does gain 2 life. And potentially hits a land drop. I think that's close to worth it to me. Tap land isn't really a land drop for these functions, but okay. Was it better to chump with the Pilot than the Harvester? Yeah, probably. I was thinking about doing lethal to my opponent on the backswing, but I mistakenly missed that the Missionary was not going to be capable of doing enough damage to make that happen. So if we Evelyn and then Bloodtithe Harvester, if we make the land drop, I think this is worth sorcery speeding in an attempt to make the sorcery speed land drop. Opponent chooses to sack the Pilot to counter the Evelyn, which we spell pierce. Oh no, it's copied, so that doesn't work. I mean, I can spell pierce one of them and then pay for the copy. Does that get me anywhere? I'm really glad they didn't sack the AO to that make disappear. Oh, that would have been so bad for me. Let's see. What if we just let that happen? Crew, Spell Pierce, Infernal Grasp. I think we just let this happen. Okay, we like that they haven't fired up Tenacious Underdog. What do they target with Raffine? We're probably going to have to Infernal Grasp that. They target the Raffine itself. They're going to draw 5 cards? If they find a counterspell, I mostly lose. They're going to gain 6 life, which we don't love. I think that means I kind of have to kill the Raffine. Go to 2. Have to find an answer to the AO. Kaido downticks for a lethal card. Was I supposed to crew the Bankbuster with Sheoldred and just risk dying to a removal spell? I don't know that I can beat Kaido downticking now. Oh, cool, they upticked instead. The problem with crewing was that if they had a removal spell before blocks, I was dead. And it's kind of likely they have a cut down at this point. Life gets pretty hard here. I need to hit basically exactly Ertai, I think. And have the opponent not have a counterspell. Oh, does Wandering Emperor do it? No, because that doesn't answer AO. Blood token into Infernal Grasp, answer AO, jump block, anything relevant? No. Alright. Opponent's mull to 4. Turn 2 Bankbuster, turn 3 Wedding Festivity when I don't have an answer to Wedding Festivity is pretty good. But they got me. Alright, Flame Blessed Bolt, I think, is sort of worth it against Esper some of the time, but not so much. Post board, I think we can do better. Soaring's reasonable. Is Duress worth bringing in if they have Kaido? I don't know about that. I didn't have a removal spell available? Like, off the Evelyn, I could hit Infernal Grasp, which wasn't enough on its own, but removal spell off them was always possible. Ertai was the best hit. Ertai provides me with 2 jump blockers and kills the AO. Oh, off the Blood? Yeah, it was only Infernal Grasp, which wouldn't have been enough to actually stay alive. Oh, also I'm at 2, which makes the Infernal Grasp less good. Fair. Sheoldred didn't look hyper embarrassing in that game, but also didn't look hyper good either. Mostly just stabilized a position where we were already not well off. No answers to resolved wedding announcements kind of bites. I think cut down's probably the best thing I can do in an attempt to have more answers to Rafine. If you have Wedding Announcement in your deck, 4 cards is not as bad. Sometimes you get to resolve the Wedding Announcement, and then things are great. All right, we take the play. Whew. Okay, so I talked too long about how I'm proud of the mana base, and I guess this is what we get. 4 land, 3 card hand, and I'm actually considering mulliganing it. Wow. All right. This is admittedly better. This is troublesome. This is a 7 card hand that I really like, and it's not a 6 card hand that I like at all. I need the Ertai to put something in the graveyard for the Corpse Appraiser. I think that means I have to get rid of the second Corpse Appraiser. Alright, Sheoldred's also not embarrassing as a 4-drop. Please don't just play Raffine. Regrettable that that happened. Alright, well, we get to slam a Sheoldred, which the opponent is incentivized to kill, which we get to Corpse Appraiser in that case. Okay, opponent, attack with Raffine, hold up. Ah, no attack with Raffine, doesn't want to lose 2 life, holds up Wandering Emperor, which we get to Spell Pierce. Delightful. Alright. Game plan Sheoldred aggro. Achieved. Oh, wow, Wandering Emperor. I mean, wow, completely blindsided. I didn't see that one coming at all. Opponent takes damage and Raffine does nothing and Ertai counters AO. And then AO's in the graveyard and Corpse Appraiser draws a card and the opponent's forced to draw a card because of Ertai. I hadn't thought about that synergy, but that's really adorable. I dig it. Alright, sure, Corpse Appraiser draw a card now. Sound good. Okay. Fable of the Mirror Breaker is a magic card. Opponent presumably blocks Ertai. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. Time to hope the opponent doesn't have Meathook Massacre, I guess. Because we're going everything onto the board. What's the last time that a 4-drop that just dies to removal has been good in Standard? Sea Draenei doesn't just die to removal, I guess. Oh no, my Sheoldred just died to removal. Is never an option? Oh hey, cool, Corpse Appraiser. That's a good card. Oh hey, cool, Cut Down. That's a good card. Is that lethal? Looks like lethal. I'm going lethal. Look at Cut Down doing the thing we put it in the deck to do. Having haste is kind of like not dies to removal. I think we need to update the dies to removal clause to say dies to removal when the opponent untaps. Right? Because, like, Sheoldred sort of doesn't die to removal, or Sheoldred does die to removal when the opponent untaps. And does nothing. But that's better than dies to sorcery speed removal and does nothing. Or no, that's worse than dies to sorcery speed removal and does something. Sheoldred does something if it dies to sorcery speed removal. Nightpack Ambusher. Flash is... Yeah. Nightpack Ambusher is probably the closest card to this discussion, I guess. Flash is kind of like haste, but less so. Because no matter what with Nightpack Ambusher, they do get to answer it while untapped, provided that they're passing with their mana up. I guess if they're tapped out on their turn, that's kind of like the same thing as Shield. Well, no, because Nightpack Ambusher, if they tap out, you can play Nightpack Ambusher and then get a 2/2, and that's not quite does nothing. Not quite. Does Covetous do something? Covetous can do something. It does nothing on its own, but if you get to like 5 mana, it does something. So I feel like that kind of counts. kind of annoyed that my Infernal Grasp doesn't counter Rafine on 3, so I'd really like to just draw a... I didn't get there in time. Make Disappear. Make Disappear would be ideal. Did Nullhide Feryx see play? Also, Nullhide Feryx, like, does something to discard, so I don't know if that counts. So unfortunately, the opponent has played Reckoner Bankbuster on 2, so I think we lose, because I don't actually have the capacity to play anything. Which is concerning. I'm just going to die to this Reckoner Bankbuster. Bloodtithe Harvester, because proactively stopping my opponent from playing Planeswalkers to some extent is moderately valuable. Nope. Fail. Failure. Complete failure.
I'm home. May your blade strike true.
What do you think, opponent? Upticking Wandering Emperor on the 3/3? Cool. Alright. I'm a fan. Do we Infernal Grasp this 3/3 to avoid taking extra damage? Yeah, I think so. I think my life total is going to be pretty critical this game. One could say that Gargaroth died to removal and even costed one more. Okay, yeah, fair. Elder Gargaroth probably is a card that died to removal. Just didn't die to any red removal. So Phyrexian Missionary trades with Bloodtithe Harvester. I guess I'm okay with that. I'm not really. But the alternatives aren't better. Alright, opponent. Well, let's see. I can Corpse Appraiser and actually have Corpse Appraiser resolve. I think we'll do that on a future turn. I get the feeling my opponent's going to Reckoner Bankbuster, which makes me want to Evelyn. Whee! Time to find out if this is good. Trespasser's fun. Okay. Please don't kill my Evelyn opponent. It's not like you have a bunch of cards in hand and a bunch of removal spells, hypothetically. You know. Hobie. Does not count as dies to removal? Nah, because it can have a hasty effect if you hold on to more mana. Do, opponent debating what they want to do. Wait a second. 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 We untapped with Evelyn. Oh dear, oh my. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Let's start with Corpse Appraiser and see what happens. That also resolved? Would much rather exile my opponent's graveyard before mine. Destroy evil targets Rafine. Welly, welly, well, well, welly, well. Alright, well, I guess we're getting a land here. Now, I kind of like the idea of passing and holding up Destroy Evil onto their turn to punish their mana. And I can also kill Rafine when they tap out for Reckoner Bankbuster. That sounds like probably the right move here. That's not how that works if I play the land. Well, I mean, I can still Rafine on their turn, I guess. which probably remains reasonable. I don't know that that's actually even terribly wrong. So many cards in hand for the opponent. Crew 3, very well. +1/+1 counter on the Bankbuster, very well. Land drop, yeah. So the attack with 2/2 implies that they are going to put counters on it. Would I rather get rid of the Bankbuster or the Raffine? I think I'm supposed to get rid of the Bankbuster here, which also lets me blood token this turn. Alright, so they draw 2, discard 2. Strong incentive to discard 2 spells. Yeah, which means we block with Evelyn. Well, and Corpse Appraiser? Yeah, probably and. Oh, no, hold on. Wandering Emperor, uptick, blocks Evelyn, not really acceptable. Take 5, go to 12, better? Probably. So many cards for opponent in hand. Phyrexian Missionary kicked, getting back Phyrexian Missionary, presumably. That tracks. Then Phyrexian Missionary kicked, getting back Raffine, going wide? No. Holding up mana for stuff. Land drop not the best. Land drop not the best. Play Fable, looting too valuable to play Trespasser. Have Otawara activation on Raffine if needs be. Also have on 4/4. Okay, cycles Raffine's Tower. We can live with that. Is Destroy Evil main deckable in current standard? I don't know. Opponent's deck seems to assume that it is, which may be true. I don't think that it's actually good against mono black is my main problem. Or black red. It's less bad against black red. But still not good. How big do they want to make the Raffine? Because I kind of want them to make it very big so that I can Otawara it. No, they discard all lands. Raffine stays small. Very small Raffine. Roger, roger. So what if we were to double block in a way that kills the Samurai token and chump block the Phyrexian Missionary and go to 8? How would you feel about that, opponent? Trade with your Corpse Appraiser? Or trade my Corpse Appraiser for your 4/4. That cool? Okay, so opponent doesn't feel forced to play Wandering Emperor. Okay. Now I can Takenuma to get back Corpse Appraiser. It definitely feels like the best option available to me. Soaring's an interesting downtick. Let's go with land 1. Do we go with land 2? I don't think we go with land 2. It's only legendary creatures that discount Otawara. Corpse Appraiser exiles the underdog from their graveyard. That's beneficial. Wedding announcement. Interesting. So I could wedding announcement, Bloodtithe Harvester, not have a direct answer to Rafine, uptick on Rafine, attack with a bunch, pretty big Rafine. Alternatively, eventually downtick Sorin to attempt to chump block Rafine. I think we take the Corpse Appraiser. Playing the Trespasser gains life immediately, though. Is that more valuable to me than the wedding announcement? Making multiple chump blockers over time? The Rafine doesn't really threaten to immediately kill me this turn. I think that I am supposed to play the Trespasser to start gaining life. I think to me that has value. Make disappear, sacking the 1/1. Okay. Well, I've got a counterspell out of the hand. No attacks, because Evelyn blocking the Phyrexian Missionary has value here. Also, not exposing Evelyn to downticks seems like a good idea.
We've got the edge in this fight.
Fina's scary. If the opponent puts all their power on Phyrexian Missionary, I can't double block it, but I can then chump block it, and I'm taking less damage overall from the Rafine at that point. Okay, that's enough power that we are going to be blocking with Corpse Appraiser. Destroy evil. We cannot stop. Three cards still in hand for the opponent. Wow. Reckoner Bankbuster draws a lot of cards. Yeah. Wedding announcements real good. Corpse Appraiser. Exile Trespasser. Not a lot of cards that do anything. Otawara bounces Rafine for 5 mana, buys us another turn, hoping they don't find an answer to Reflection. I don't think that's the route to victory. Soaring probably gets countered. I think we just have to live with that. 3, 5. If I pay life for Bloodtithe Harvester, Rafine is lethal. Which means I can't play Bloodtithe Harvester because I can't avoid paying life for it. Alright, I guess we just have to pass then. Spell Pierce and Make Disappear not being Negate right now really hurt. Especially because I'm about to have to chump block the Missionary with Kiki-Jiki. That's cool. Oh, goodness. That's bad. We don't have a lot of anything that does anything here. Going to attempt to not go to 1 against Rafine.
We must protect the people.
There's our Bankbuster, too late to matter.
I bring forth broken. I bring my own army.
Yeah. I don't know about this one, team. I don't know. I don't think Meat Hook would be good enough here. I could have tutored Meat Hook to my hand for free, and I don't think it would make a difference.
Show them how we greet our enemies.
Kind of need Infernal Grasp, of which there are 0 copies in my deck. I just have way too few answers to Rafine, is the conundrum we seem to be stumbling into. So Rafine goes up to 5. Goes up to 4. Kind of exposing myself to a removal spell on Bankbuster here. I was already exposing myself to a removal spell on the 2-3. I don't think there was any way that I could ever not die to the 2/3 removal. So removal spell on bank... I guess Destroy Evil is the super specific removal spell that I'm exposing myself to here. That's not the game opponent. It's just very, 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 very close to the game. Sweating Announcement draws a card and pumps the team. Cool. I'm sure Graveyard Trespasser helps my case a lot. There's the Negate that would have been useful at, like, any point replacing any of these many, many, many bad counterspells at this point in the game. I don't know of any way we can stay alive here. Because I cracked the blood token, the Sheoldred's still not good enough. Problem with Cut Down and Voltage Surge is that they don't really do enough against the rest of the deck frequently enough. Like, the window you have to have Cut Down to answer Rafine or Voltage Surge are both so narrow. Okay, what can we draw into with Soaring? Nothing, because we would lose life. Not seeing an out here because we can't draw a card to gain life with Sheoldred. Okay. Not entirely sure that I agree with bringing in Disdainful Stroke against me when most of my deck is a flash deck. So, what happened in both of those games that we lost to? In both of those games, the defining factor was our opponent having an early Reckoner Bankbuster and our not having that. Which is interesting. That's not something you can necessarily overboard on, though, because drawing too many Reckoner Bankbusters is bad. Game 1, I don't know whether we lost more to the Wedding Festivity or the Bankbuster. Under normal conditions, I think Wedding Announcement would be the card we had lost more to. Under those specific conditions where our opponent mulled a 4, the Bankbuster was a bigger deal. I don't know that Esper feels like a bad matchup. It is a matchup that I have a lot of questions about, and I feel like it is a matchup that is hyper-dictated by the curve out. Like, game 2, when we were on the play, we kind of showed what happened when we just, like, instantly won the game by having a Fable on 3 that they didn't answer. I think unanswered Rafine on curve is a lot less scary than unanswered card draw on curve. But do we want to make the assumption that Soaring is not as necessary? Logic behind Soaring is still that it's pretty good on curve, not necessarily on the play. Like, it seems like a powerful thing to be doing if your opponent's messing around with Reckoner Bankbusters. We can't really run the 4th Bankbuster. I don't think that's acceptable. Too many Bankbusters have 2 diminishing returns. Soul Transfer, sorcery speed, too expensive, not enough benefit, I don't think. Hitting AO with it is cute, but I don't think AO is a card that I, like, super care about. In fact, I think they were boarding it out. Is the Dimir Planeswalker bad? Yeah, it's not very good. I know other decks play it. I don't really agree that there's, like, any reason to. Siphon Insight, I guess that's instant speed card advantage. It's kind of slow. It's a lot of mana before it pays off. But I suppose if the opponent's playing removal that can kill enchantments, then it wouldn't be bad to hit enchantment removal for Wedding Announcement. In that sense. Scrutiny's kind of... I don't think that's where you want to be against a matchup where both players are incentivized to play a bunch of Spell Pierces and Negates to answer 3-drop impactful non-creature spells anyway. Ertai Scorn isn't really playable because it takes the spot of a counterspell that you can play on the draw to counter a 3-drop. Yeah, so like... Spell Pierce, Make Disappear, Negate are all filling those slots already. I don't think we want anything that really synergizes with Sheoldred. I don't even think Sheoldred's particularly good in that matchup. I think it hinges more around card draw than anything else. And Sheoldred's kind of easy to kill for their removal suite. Yeah, the Dragon War is really expensive, gets hit by Spell Pierces, and doesn't do very much. Do we want to bring in Infernal Grasp against the aggro deck that's killing us? I don't know that Infernal Grasp is like actually that good against them. Liliana is very bad against them. The entire reason that deck is so powerful is because it just has a ton of cards that invalidate Liliana. If I can have a Sheoldred and play that my opponent doesn't kill and resolve spells against them, we are in a good spot already. Like, we don't really need to do better in that position. We need to get to that position. And then it doesn't really matter whether we have a Sheoldred in play or not. So it's the tempo cards that enable you to get there that feel more relevant. Maybe Soaring just is too slow against Negate and Spell Pierce? I don't completely disagree with the concept that maybe we just go up to a 4th Bankbuster and an extra Infernal Grasp and cut like 2 Flame Blessed Bolts. Is there any spell that, like, for 2 mana counters an enchantment or a creature hyper-specifically? Fires of Victory. Well, that's kind of interesting. But part of the issue is we need to be able to answer, like, 7 toughness creatures, and I don't think Fires of Victory ever accomplishes that. Yeah, Edict effects against Wedding Announcement aren't really something that I'm super willing to play, unfortunately. Would Rona's Vortex be bad? I don't think that it's... Rona's Vortex is like a card that's decent because it's so flexible mainboard. I don't think it's ever a card I would want to sideboard in. What I'd like is a 2-drop creature that just drew cards every turn for me and not the opponent. And also doesn't die to cut down. I like Biting Palm Ninja. I wish I could play that card more. Biting Palm Ninja is probably the best creature that doesn't see any play in Standard. No, she's probably not good. What I really want to do against Esper is just, like, put a big whatchamacallem into play. Blue Praetor. Blue Praetor seems good against them. Squeeze not very good. Our mana isn't super conducive to casting Atsushi, but dies do a lot fewer counterspells than Soaring. What exile-based removal does Esper have right now? Emperor. Right, but I can just not attack into Emperor. So that part's cool. Soul Transfer. Does Esper play Soul Transfer? They don't really have the capacity to make artifacts, right? March. Does Esper play March? It's not the end of the world if they march an Atsushi for 5 mana. Evolved Sleeper requires a lot more black sources than we can afford to give it. And also I don't think is like super effective from a defensive standpoint, which I think is where we're at. One of them, not all of them. Aerith is a lot of card advantage, but slowly. Wandering Mind doesn't block very well. Olivia, I don't think does enough. I suppose there's a world in which I could hypothetically be boarding into Sulfurous, but I don't really think that's good enough against them. I miss Zeatora. Zeatora used to be such a good answer to Esper. Although I guess now if they're actually playing removal spells that kill it, that's less true. There's no 1-mana opponents or fiends can't attack sort of nonsense artifact that I can think of. Toulouse is more good with Rafine than against. Smoldering Egg kind of doesn't do enough because we don't spend enough mana. I'm kind of coming around to the idea that maybe the best I can do is Infernal Grasp plus Reckoner Bankbuster and still just have a really rough time against Wedding Announcement. Siphon Insight, I very nearly don't hate. It's quite close. If I were to cut one other card, which we could call a Duress, then play the third Infernal Grasp and 2 Siphon Insights, and our plan against Esper would then be to board out the 3 Flame Blessed Bolts, board in the Infernal Grasp and 2 Siphon Insights. Is anything better than Mono Black and Standard? Yes, multiple decks. Mono Black is probably only barely in the top 5 right now. Black-Red with Fable of the Mirror Breaker is just a better version of Mono Black. It is a better deck than it in every respect, as far as I can tell. Esper is probably better than Mono Black. Grixis Tempo is probably better than Mono Black. And I believe Jund Reanimator to be better than Mono Black as well. I'm very confident Rakdos is better than Mono Black, because Mono Black plays like 7 bad cards, and Rakdos just cuts the bad cards and plays Fable and Bloodtithe Harvester instead. Is there any good deck not playing black? I do not currently know of any deck that is viable that does not just have a better version of it that exists playing black. Gruul Modify maybe is a real aggro deck, but it's tough. Naya Reanimator? I'm pretty sure Naya Reanimator is just a worse version of Jund Reanimator. I have not yet seen a niche for that list. Like, you get to play Invoke Justice instead of the better black Reanimate spell. Which is kind of just... There's not really a point to that. I don't really want to be playing Liliana of the Veil right now. I don't think that card's, like, good at all. But that is entirely possibly just my biases. Yeah. I kind of wonder if I want to hold up Flame Blessed Bolt on turn 1 here. But I won't. What bad cards are in mono black? The 1-drop that powers up over time and Liliana. Those cards are not good in the current metagame. I strongly do not believe. Okay, if my opponent's going double swamp, I don't believe I'm scared of whatever they're playing on 3, so we're just going to tap out for Bloodtithe Harvester. Okay, nothing's cool. Down with my opponent deciding to do nothing. If my opponent wants to continue to do nothing... Ooh, I have to choose between Spell Pierce or Flame Blessed Bolt. On a turn where my opponent is likely to next turn play Sheoldred, it's fine. I can Flame Blessed Bolt plus sack a Bloodtithe Harvester, I guess. If I get lucky, they try to jam Soaring. I don't know if that's actually lucky, even. Because I'd like to hold my Spell Pierce to counter their Invoke Despair, if possible. Oh, it's just an underdog. Cool, that card doesn't matter. Rad. It is sad that I can't kill it here because I left up the wrong color. That bit's kind of a bummer. So, let's see. If I Flame Blessed Bolt, they Crew Bankbuster. I can sack to kill the Bankbuster. Eh. I could Bloodtithe Harvester, sack underdog, play Corpse Appraiser holding up Spell Pierce. But my Flame Blessed Bolts are about as likely to get value here as they are anywhere. If I attack with Bloodtithe Harvester, they Crew Bankbuster, block... Double Flame Blessed Bolt is an option, but not one I like. Alright. Pretty punished for leaving up the Spell Pierce here. I wasn't thinking about the turn 4 underdog hold up Bankbuster. And considering the only thing I was really scared of was Soaring, and I actually don't need to Spell Pierce the Soaring. So I just made a pretty big mistake. Oh, there was never any way that I could have held up the... anything other than the Spell Pierce while playing Bloodtithe Harvester, though. That's why I made this decision originally. Okay, I think that means the plan is just pass here. Sweet! Liliana of the Veil's completely irrelevant.
No more distractions. Let's make this quick.
Played the wrong land? I don't think so. I want to hold the Otawara, because I don't think it really matters what color my Shivan Reef taps for this turn, but if I draw another untapped land next turn, or running for the next couple of turns, then...
Off you go.
I want to be able to use the Otawara's ability. Alright. Opponent holds back underdog to protect the Lily. We do not let them do so. That's true. On turn 3, I could have played the Shivan Reef instead of the island. Yeah. No, I agree. That's a mistake. You were right. For exactly that reason. I lost out on 6 damage because of it. But here things begin to look pretty good. They're either going to chump with the 1/1 or lose the Lily, both of which I'm okay with. Then we get to Corpse Appraiser, exiling our Bloodtithe Harvester that they killed, drawing a card and holding up Flame Blessed Bolt and Spell Pierce. Was Bolt sack Harvester to kill the Bankbuster if they accrued a consideration? That was a consideration. I didn't know whether I wanted to do that. I decided not to.
I'll be back with friends.
Boop. Interesting. I believe we probably want the Evelyn for the card advantage here. They don't usually run a huge number of copies of Infernal Grasp, which is their only real answer to Evelyn in a way that's meaningful. Alright. Opponent has gotten the full load of cards from the Bankbuster. We have the board state advantage, but... Ugh. More Bankbusters. Alright, opponent. I see how it is. Kind of tempted to use Blood to get rid of the Otawara. Cult Conscript. I think I still am supposed to get rid of the 1/1 with the Flame Blessed Bolt because it's preventing 6 damage. Should I loot first? Opponent's not likely to have any kind of counterspell that's relevant. And potentially some kind of removal spell that we could draw. Yeah, Sheoldred doesn't change anything. Okay. What do you think, opponent? Taking 6. Okay. I could jam Sheoldred here, but I think I'm supposed to play a land, pass, jam Evelyn plus Spell Pierce. Opponent draws. Lots and lots and lots and lots of cards. So many cards. Sorcery speed, draw more card. We like that for this turn, enabling Spell Pierce to protect the Evelyn better. Tenacious Underdog represents blocking with Bankbuster. So we can't counter an Infernal Grasp on Evelyn at the moment. And they do have the Infernal Grasp. Okay. Bummer. Does that mean we loot away the Spell Pierce at this point? Probably. What else does Evelyn find? This doesn't actually matter, but it potentially informs my decisions about how much I like the idea of more Evelyns. Yeah, okay. The time for spell piercing is gone. Well, the good news is that we don't have 2 spell pierces. What are they doing? Okay, I was going to say, not a lot of sense in doing anything now. Corpse Appraiser feels necessary. Sheoldred doesn't feel good. Corpse Appraiser finds what? Finds Fable. Fable gets invoked. It's not very good. Ertai also doesn't really have anything useful happen right now. Potentially has something useful happen on a future turn. I think Ertai is more likely to create an opening for lethal than jamming Fable here. Because I think jamming Fable just provokes them into casting Invoke Despair, and I think we lose if they just cast Invoke Despair there. Sheoldred, okay. It's not nothing, but we're definitely getting brutally out-card advantaged by these Reckless Bankbusters. Now Ertai is pretty incapable of actually going pretty much anywhere. Alright, I need to hope for my opponent to make a bad attack, and I think Sheoldred is the way to attempt to force that into happening. But at this point, we're kind of waiting for the opponent to make a mistake, as superior quantities of Bankbusters has favored them. Hero's Downfall gives us an opportunity to Spell Pierce. Would Grixis run Invoke Despair if it was easier to cast? Potentially. I don't know if this version of Grixis would, but more versions of Grixis would. We can definitely still win this if we find another Evelyn? Wow, they got back Liliana. That seems like the wrong thing to get back. Did they literally have no other choices? Okay, they literally had no other choices. Okay. So they discard the Ertai. Oh, wow, they don't discard the Ertai. That makes no sense, but okay, cool. Go to Bloodtithe Harvester, it's the least valuable of the cards here. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, sure. We're not going to kill the Sheoldred now. We're going to allow the opponent to gain 2 life because there's the possibility that our opponent upticks Lily if we have a card in hand. And I would like the opponent to top deck Lily when we have 0 cards in hand, which is what is about to happen. Then we kill the Sheoldred. More Sheoldreds is not the best. I was kind of hoping that we would not be under the pressure on our life total from the Sheoldred as a result of killing the Sheoldred. But oh well. You do what you do. We're going to have to find an answer to Sheoldred pretty quickly. Regrettably, the opponent's ability to pivot into aggro is now very, very, very high. We can hope that Alright, opponent not down-ticking Lily is a solid start, and now we hope they don't notice that Reckoner Bankbuster is just a very capable of attacking card. Opponent does not notice that. Rad. Now we want to find removal spells for Sheoldred, or Evelyn's. Both are good. Removal spell for Sheoldred is very good. We like this a lot. Alright. Alright. Life total, precious. Meat hook, strong. Don't want to activate Bankbuster at sorcery speed because Bankbuster blocking things right now is a pretty big deal. We have no life gain remaining in the deck. And also no answer to a resolved meat hook. How badly do I need to protect that Kiki? We have 4 quenches and 2 negates that could do it. I would have no Bankbuster at that point. We're at the point where if the opponent plays 2 creatures to crew Bankbuster and just attacks with the squad, we die. I think that means I don't care about Bankbuster being defensive that much right now. Yeah, it kind of had to be something at instant speed to be relevant. The best thing that could have happened was we hit an Evelyn off this. They upticked Lily. We played Evelyn, hit a Flameless Bolt to remove the Tenacious Underdog, and then we had a chance. But now things are rougher. I think I'd rather have the 2/2 that potentially makes a treasure than the 3/2. There's more than enough stuff for them to play Graveyard Trespassers into right now. So they can just double crew Bankbusters, swing with everything. I have to chump block, eat the conscript. Okay, Lily kills another 2/2, leaves me with double chump block. Go to 3. Single chump block, go to 1. No, wait, single chump block, go to dead. That's not how math works.
Off you go.
Okay. Perhaps my opponent could play their entire hand and I am infinity dead. Should have played that Buster. We couldn't at sorcery speed because we drew it on our end step. Alright, well, against mono black, Sol'kanar I don't think is terribly good. Once again, we basically just main decked what I want to be doing against mono black. Other than possibly not knowing if I actually like the idea of Sheoldred. Maybe we just play the Siphon Insight instead of that? Could hypothetically play the second Siphon Insight too. Against mono black, Spell Pierce is a lot less necessary because they don't actually have good 3-drops. I suppose they're still playing Bankbuster? But I kind of want to try out the second Siphon Insight. I'm going to go with Let's Cut a Spell Pierce here and try the Siphon Insight. I might bring the second Spell Pierce back in on the draw, possibly. Maybe. Alright, take the play. Keep the hand that goes turn 2 Bankbuster. Is some amount of black merch in the 75 for life getting crazy? I tried it. It costs too much to gain a reasonable amount of life. Like, it just doesn't kill things for an amount of mana that actually refunds you the life you gain. You're going to gain more life from just playing a cheaper removal spell that actually functions on curve and removes creatures earlier on. Like, I kind of feel like you on average gain more life by playing Infernal Grasp than you do playing the Black March. And yeah, you'll run into scenarios where you're like attempting to top deck life gain like we were in that position, where having Black March gives you an out that you wouldn't have otherwise, but a lot of time it's better to just have... Weird. I'm so distracted trying to think of how this card makes any sense with Liliana that I like completely lost the entire train of my thought. I mean, Bankbuster is almost scary. Is Bankbuster worth make disappearing? We could make disappear sacking the rat. I'm kind of wondering if I'm supposed to try to counter... What happens if you counter the third Saga trigger for Tribute to Hirobi that tries to flip it? Does it just wind up flipping later on? It dies to being on Chapter 3. Okay. So we can just kill the tribute and keep the rats. Is that a good idea? I don't know if that's a good idea, but that is an idea that I absolutely feel obligated to explore. I would absolutely like to have a pile of rat rogues against our Liliana Invoke Despair opponent. That just seems like a pretty good place to be. While I'm sitting back here with my pile of counterspells and card draw. I'm going to assume this pauses my opponent rethinking all of their life decisions. They did also miss a land drop, so, like, I don't know that this is a game that was going super well for them regardless, but I'm having fun. What about a Singleton Dollhouse in the sideboard against black? You can't remove it, and the Vampire Shells do have some amount of creatures with good ETBs. So So it's pretty expensive against a deck that we expect to be playing Spell Pierce and Negates and Disdainful Strokes against us post-board anyway. I don't know about Disdainful Stroke, but Negates and Spell Pierces against Fable decks makes sense out of them. I don't hate the idea functionally. Although we do kind of... The opponent's decks also have Trespasser. And we often Corpse Appraiser ourselves. So I don't know if it's where I want to be, but I do, like... I don't know if it's where we're supposed to be. It is a place that I want to be, if that makes sense. Oh, against Mono Black, and we don't really need it. I think we just have a good matchup against Mono Black. Like, the entire point of this deck is that the main board is super good against Mono Black. Evelyn kind of already fills that role in a sense, and I think fills it a little better. Because one of the hard things about playing against Mono Black is that if you just play a 5-drop after holding up counterspells for a bunch of turns, they're just going to invoke Despair you that turn, and then it, like... I don't know that... I don't know if you get to that point in the game and your life total can take that kind of burn damage if Mono Black has actually had a good game going. Do I play Bloodtithe Harvester here? Yeah, probably. I think we just try to kill the opponent. I'm holding up Bankbuster activation plus Flameless Bolt. I can't think of any 3-drop they could play that I would care about make disappearing here, other than maybe... would I even care if they Graveyard Trespassered me? I don't know. I guess if I make disappear Graveyard Trespasser, then I get to play Corpse Appraiser drawing a card by exiling it, and also attack with Bankbuster, which is, I guess, lethal? So maybe I would counter a Graveyard Trespasser because it is lethal? The problem with Golden Argosy is that you have to cast Golden Argosy before you get to attack with it, and it costs a lot of mana to cast and is a sorcery speed spell. Like, instant speed effects are kind of parasitic, in that if you're basing your game plan around effects that are only functional at instant speed, every spell you put in your deck that isn't instant speed becomes exponentially more detrimental the more it costs, which is why I think we're playing like literally 1 card over 3 mana at sorcery speed. Main deck anyway. Alright, so where did we end up with? We did end up losing a little bit. We went 9-2, lost to one Esper deck that was a close match, and a Jund Reanimator deck that I am willing to imagine is a not good matchup. Although I'm skeptical that that build was actually a not good matchup. So where did we ultimately come out of this? This deck feels very, very reasonable. Do I think that it is better than Jund Reanimator? I don't know. I think this Jund deck probably is better against Esper. It's doing more things that Esper finds hard to interact with. Like, Titan of Industry remains a pretty good card against Esper. Do you think Evolved Sleepers are better for Mono Black or 2 of Concealing Curtains? So many variations. I do not like either of those cards in Mono Black, because if you are going to play Mono Black, my belief is that you should be an aggro deck. I believe the 2-1 that comes back from the graveyard to be a better card to be aggressive with on curve. But to clarify, I'm coming at this from the perspective of I think the only reason you should ever be playing mono black instead of red black with Fables and Bloodtithe Harvesters is because you think that you need to just be a faster deck playing more threats. If you don't think you absolutely need to clock your opponent as fast as possible and kill them as soon as you can, then you should just be playing black-red because it does everything other than that better. So if you play mono-black and make any choices to make the game slightly slower or dirtilier, which is what Concealing Curtains and Evolved Sleepers do, I think you are inherently making choices that mean there is no reason why you should be playing mono-black instead of black-red. Now, if the question is, should black-red play Evolved Sleepers or Concealing Curtains or the 1-drop 2-1, I don't know. I don't like Evolved Sleepers very much, but I will say that it's a slightly better card to be playing if you have slightly more tap lands on turn 1 and 2. But black-red doesn't have that many tap lands on turn 1 and 2. I don't know. Evolved Sleepers is fine. I don't think Concealing Curtains is very good right now. I will say that. Can you make a loop with Greasefang, Argosy, and Rafine's Informant? Hypothetically, a loop that like gets you to attack with a 4/4 every turn? I guess? Maybe? You might also be able to do something interesting with like then bouncing Cemetery Desecrator over and over, or Titan of Industry over and over with the Argosy. If you tried to make like an Abzan Cruelty of Gix list, which kind of sounds functional, although then you're not playing Fable of the Mirror Breaker or Big Score, which I think are pretty powerful cards for Cruelty of Gix to have. So I guess that means tomorrow I have to explore Esper, doesn't it? Because I found 2 decks that I think overall just have a reason for existing. So we need to find a 3rd deck. I think Red-Black Invoke Despair has a reason for existing. I just don't really want to play it. Yeah, the Informant comes back end of turn, and you can have the Argosy again, and then you have the Argosy in the graveyard on your opponent's turn, and like, sure. I don't know that I want to be doing that into a Graveyard Trespasser world, and I don't know that, like, I guess you've drawn a card at the end of that loop? Running any Soul Transfer? Nah, it's Sorcery Speed. Not where I want to be at the moment. Not Sorcery Speed removal. So I think Esper is the game plan for tomorrow. And for the time being, I believe it is time for me to go get food. What am I going to do for food tonight? Did I forget to eat lunch? No. I ate noodles. Okay. I'm just really hungry. I'm not stupid hungry. Who's doing standard stuff? Preferably in English. That's the hard part. All right, well, looks, oh, didn't mean to click that. Mute. All right, looks like we have one Steffi Burger streaming Esper in Standard, so we will send her right over there. Thanks for hanging out with me, folks. Always a pleasure to have y'all keeping me company and sanity checking my more questionable decisions. So I will see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one.